怠速新形势下不可或缺的绿色建材。竹园科技不断创造行业的中国标准、世界标准。通过技术创新，我们发明了先进的连续式维管束分离疏解机，建成用于热压生产瓷竹板材的热压机。2021年，经权威机构鉴定，竹园科技竹钢和磨压重组竹地板均实现技术革新，产品达到国际领先水平。竹园科技坚持创新与变革。当前，公司正倾力打造包含8县1院1中心在内的竹钢国际生态产业园，其中竹钢板材生产线年产可达6000吨，竹钢户外磨压地板生产线年产可达30万平方米。2022年，竹园科技还投产了竹钢深加工项目，装配式建筑加工也日趋完善。中国式现代化是人与自然和谐共生的现代化。竹园科技推动竹资源创新发展，帮助竹农增产增收。生动践行绿水青山就是金山银山，前方无法跟从，只能引领。竹园科技致力于让竹钢走出中国，走向世界，开创新型竹产业的新纪元。
在这安吉县最具特色的竹建筑集群中，我感受到了归隐山林的静谧，世外桃源的美景。竹林风声起，何处染喧嚣？3、4月采茶踏青，一壶茶酒，拂袖而走。这世间纷扰，尽抛脑后。竹境一直致力于原竹建筑设计施工一体化服务，是原竹建筑行业引领者和领军企业。竹境通过策划和执行全国性大型竹建筑、竹文化活动，特别是原创和惩戒制活动，近5年来完成了200余个原竹建筑作品，原竹建筑案例和市场占有率遥遥领先。举办竹产业、竹建筑、竹文化绿色发展高峰论坛、全国高校竹建筑设计建造大赛、北林大国际花园建造节、竹建构的无限创造分享会等全国性竹文化、竹建筑活动，以设计加科技赋能传统原竹建筑行业，既传承了传统工匠技艺，又极大推动了原竹建筑行业现代设计和科技进步。风之庭，水之庭，花海竹廊，一山一水，一竹一线，都倾注了匠人的心血。竹境拥有强大的技术研发力量，通过自主研发和与科研院校紧密合作，原竹防腐防霉处理，大幅提升原竹使用寿命。艺术不是建筑在一个伟大的观念上，而是建筑在一个小而诚实的实践上。截至2022年7月，竹境共申请专利30余项，已获得授权发明专利2项，授权实用新型专利11项。竹境掌握原竹建筑连接、支撑、功能拓展等核心技术，赋予原竹建筑全新的造型和美感。在满足功能需求的同时，通过形体塑造，使其与周遭环境融为一体。竹境通过举办全国高校竹建筑设计建造大赛和自主设计，在浙江省安吉县设计和建造了30余个竹建筑， 组成了极具中国第一竹乡特色的竹建筑集群，成为泛设计圈追捧的竹建筑探寻之旅特色旅游线路。一枕竹林清风，执竿而渔，无余也乐。
湖南桃花江竹材科技股份有限公司立足于当地丰富的竹子资源，20多年专注于竹材研发、生产和应用推广，将过去用原生态的楠竹做低端的产品进行了革命性的创新，运用现代技术和机械设备进行大规模生产加工，改变了竹材的原始形态，让平常不起眼的竹子变成了可行销全球的新型高档环保新材料，颠覆了人们对竹材的传统认知。桃花江户外防腐竹材可广泛运用于高端园林景观建设，用作休闲栈道、栏杆、花架、建筑外墙装饰等，极具美观，使用性能远超防腐木和木塑复合材料，具有抗变形、不开裂和极具美观的显著特点，密度可达 1.2， 防腐达1级，防火达 B1级，并具有一定的抗白蚁功能。桃花江竹集成材广泛运用于地板、门窗、吊顶、背景墙、各种室内装饰、家具制造、体育用品、竹工艺品、日用品制造等各类生活用品制造，材质可与世界名贵木材相媲美。桃花江竹结构材是公司最新研制的装配式建筑新型环保材料，用作可持续发展的新型竹木建筑新领域。通过实验结果发现，建筑结构材采用集成材最为合适，经过专利技术与现代机械加工后，拥有最佳的极限承载力和弯曲母量，依旧保持着竹材优秀的物理性能，还具有吸水膨胀系数小、不易开裂和不易变形的显著优点。采用公司专利接长设备生产的竖拼竹集成材，可以一次成型10米长、1.2米宽、 20毫米厚的大幅面板，支持任意裁切复合，胶合强度高，防腐防霉防火防虫，可用于户外。公司产品已应用于全国很多世界级形象工程项目，如北京冬奥会、鸟巢、行政副中心、雄安新区市民服务中心、天津滨海新区文化中心、深圳张贝郊野公园、福建海峡文化中心、西安奥体中央公园、湖南湘江新区规划展示馆。公司计划未来每年以30%以上速度增长，快速实现上市，为竹材行业发展做出贡献。
中国被誉为竹的王国，从熊猫食材到传统工艺，从未有人能将竹完成一次绿色工业化转型，直到竹钢的出现。竹园科技深耕于四川西南有着绿海明珠之称的洪雅县。洪雅境内竹林资源丰富，以中小径竹品种雌竹为主，雌竹生长快，韧性好，壁脆薄，纤维含量达70%以上。2011年，竹园科技因地制宜发展竹产业，依托中国林科院平台技术研发而成多竹种重组技术产品竹钢，并将竹钢注册为商标。目前，竹园科技拥有52项专利技术，构建竹产业高科技发展新格局。竹钢高强度竹基纤维复合材料，通过定向重组炼制，竹钢强度可与玻璃钢强度比肩，它耐候性强，阻燃性高，使用寿命长，环保可再生，也能完成锯切、拼接、砂爆、上色、着油漆等多种加工方式，在异形结构建筑应用上有着巨大优势。
正在举行的世园会上，国际竹藤园首次亮相，并且首次使用了一种高性能复合材料竹钢。
通过绿色生态加工工艺制成的竹钢属于负碳产品，已取得森林认证证书，是助力双碳减排、促进绿色发展的高科技重组竹材料。竹钢可塑性强，应用极为广泛，已被应用到建筑结构、景观、地板、门窗、家具、户内外装饰以及装配式建筑等领域。当前，我国要大力发展绿色低碳产业，积极稳妥推进碳达峰、碳中和。竹钢是建筑结构与装饰一体化材料，能为建筑赋予生态竹文化的低碳科技魅力。竹生长期短，容易再生，因此竹钢是以竹代木、以竹代塑新形势下不可或缺的绿色建材。竹园科技不断创造行业的中国标准、世界标准。通过技术创新，我们发明了先进的连续式维管束分离疏解机，建成用于热压生产瓷竹板材的热压机。2021年，经权威机构鉴定，竹园科技竹钢和模压重组竹地板均实现技术革新，产品达到国际领先水平。竹园科技坚持创新与变革。当前，公司正倾力打造包含8县1院1中心在内的竹钢国际生态产业园，其中竹钢板材生产线年产可达6000吨，竹钢户外模压地板生产线年产可达30万平方米。2022年，竹园科技还投产了竹钢深加工项目，装配式建筑加工也日趋完善。中国式现代化是人与自然和谐共生的现代化。竹园科技推动竹资源创新发展，帮助竹农增产增收。生动践行绿水青山就是金山银山，前方无法跟从，只能引领。竹园科技致力于让竹钢走出中国，走向世界，开创新型竹产业的新纪元。
在这安吉县最具特色的竹建筑集群中，我感受到了归隐山林的静谧，世外桃源的美景。竹林风声起，何处染喧嚣？3、4月采茶踏青，一壶茶酒，拂袖而走。这世间纷扰，尽抛脑后。竹境一直致力于圆竹建筑设计施工一体化服务，是圆竹建筑行业引领者和领军企业。竹境通过策划和执行全国性大型竹建筑、竹文化活动，特别是原创和惩戒制活动，近5年来完成了200余个圆竹建筑作品，圆竹建筑案例和市场占有率遥遥领先。举办竹产业、竹建筑、竹文化、绿色发展高峰论坛，全国高校竹建筑设计建造大赛，北林大国际花园建造节，竹建构的无限创造分享会等全国性竹文化、竹建筑活动，以设计加科技赋能传统圆竹建筑行业，既传承了传统工匠技艺，又极大推动了圆竹建筑行业现代设计和科技进步。风之亭，水之亭，花海竹廊，一山一水，一竹一线，都倾注了匠人的心血。竹境拥有强大的技术研发力量， 通过自主研发和与科研院校紧密合作，圆竹防腐防霉处理，大幅提升圆竹使用寿命。艺术不是建筑在一个伟大的观念上，而是建筑在一个小而诚实的实践上。截至2022年7月，竹径共申请专利30余项，已获得授权发明专利2项，授权实用新型专利11项。竹径掌握圆竹建筑连接、支撑、功能拓展等核心技术，赋予圆竹建筑全新的造型和美感。在满足功能需求的同时，通过形体塑造，使其与周遭环境融为一体。竹径通过举办全国高校竹建筑设计建造大赛和自主设计，在浙江省安吉县设计和建造了30余个竹建筑，组成了极具中国第一竹乡特色的竹建筑集群，成为泛设计圈追捧的竹建筑探寻之旅特色旅游线路。一枕竹林清风，执竿而渔，无余也乐。
湖南桃花江竹材科技股份有限公司立足于当地丰富的竹子资源，20多年专注于竹材研发、生产和应用推广，将过去用原生态的楠竹做低端的产品进行了革命性的创新，运用现代技术和机械设备进行大规模生产加工，改变了竹材的原始形态，让平常不起眼的竹子变成了可行销全球的新型高档环保新材料，颠覆了人们对竹材的传统认知。桃花江户外防腐竹材可广泛运用于高端园林景观建设，用作休闲栈道、栏杆、花架、建筑外墙装饰等，极具美观，使用性能远超防腐木和木塑复合材料， 具有抗变形、不开裂和极具美观的显著特点，密度可达 1.2， 防腐达1级，防火达 B1级，并具有一定的抗白蚁功能。桃花江竹集成材广泛运用于地板、门窗、吊顶、背景墙、各种室内装饰、家具制造、体育用品、竹工艺品、日用品制造等各类生活用品制造，材质可与世界名贵木材相媲美。桃花江竹结构材是公司最新研制的装配式建筑新型环保材料，用作可持续发展的新型竹木建筑新领域。通过实验结果发现，建筑结构材采用集成材最为合适。经过专利技术与现代机械加工后，拥有最佳的极限承载力和弯曲母量，依旧保持着竹材优秀的物理性能，还具有吸水膨胀系数小、不易开裂和不易变形的显著优点。采用公司专利接长设备生产的竖拼竹集成材，可以一次成型10米长、1.2米宽、20毫米厚的大幅面板，支持任意裁切复合，胶合强度高，防腐防霉防火防虫，可用于户外。公司产品已应用于全国很多世界级形象工程项目，如北京冬奥会、鸟巢、行政副中心、雄安新区市民服务中心、天津滨海新区文化中心、深圳张贝郊野公园、福建海峡文化中心、西安奥体中央公园、湖南湘江新区规划展示馆。公司计划未来每年以30%以上速度增长，快速实现上市，为竹材行业发展做出贡献。
中国被誉为竹的王国，从熊猫食材到传统工艺，从未有人能将竹完成一次绿色工业化转型，直到竹钢的出现。竹园科技深耕于四川西南有着绿海明珠之称的洪雅县。洪雅境内竹林资源丰富， 以中小茎竹品种瓷竹为主，瓷竹生长快，韧性好，壁脆薄，纤维含量达70%以上。2011年，竹园科技因地制宜发展竹产业，依托中国林科院平台技术，研发而成多竹种重组技术产品竹钢，并将竹钢注册为商标。目前，竹园科技拥有52项专利技术，构建竹产业高科技发展新格局。竹钢高强度竹基纤维复合材料，通过定向重组炼制，竹钢强度可与玻璃钢强度比肩，它耐候性强，阻燃性高，使用寿命长，环保可再生，也能完成锯切、拼接、砂爆、上色、着油漆等多种加工方式，在异形结构建筑应用上有着巨大优势。
正在举行的世园会上，国际竹藤园首次亮相，并且首次使用了一种高性能复合材料竹钢。
通过绿色生态加工工艺制成的竹钢属于负碳产品，已取得森林认证证书，是助力双碳减排、促进绿色发展的高科技重组竹材料。竹钢可塑性强，应用极为广泛，已被应用到建筑结构、景观、地板、门窗、家具、户内外装饰以及装配式建筑等领域。当前，我国要大力发展绿色低碳产业，积极稳妥推进碳达峰、碳中和。竹钢是建筑结构与装饰一体化材料，能为建筑赋予生态竹文化的低碳科技魅力。竹生长期短，容易再生，因此竹钢是以竹代木、以竹代塑新形势下不可或缺的绿色建材。竹园科技不断创造行业的中国标准、世界标准。通过技术创新，我们发明了先进的连续式维管束分离疏解机，建成用于热压生产瓷竹板材的热压机。2021年，经权威机构鉴定，竹园科技竹钢和模压重组竹地板均实现技术革新，产品达到国际领先水平。竹园科技坚持创新与变革。当前，公司正倾力打造包含8县1院1中心在内的竹钢国际生态产业园，其中竹钢板材生产线年产可达6000吨，竹钢户外模压地板生产线年产可达30万平方米。2022年，竹园科技还投产了竹钢深加工项目，装配式建筑加工也日趋完善。中国式现代化是人与自然和谐共生的现代化。竹园科技推动竹资源创新发展，帮助竹农增产增收。生动践行绿水青山就是金山银山，前方无法跟从，只能引领。竹园科技致力于让竹钢走出中国，走向世界，开创新型竹产业的新纪元。
在这安吉县最具特色的竹建筑集群中，我感受到了归隐山林的静谧，世外桃源的美景。竹林风声起，何处染喧嚣？3、4月采茶踏青，一壶茶酒，拂袖而走。这世间纷扰，尽抛脑后。竹境一直致力于原竹建筑设计施工一体化服务，是原竹建筑行业引领者和领军企业。 竹径通过策划和执行全国性大型竹建筑、竹文化活动，特别是原创和惩戒制活动，近5年来完成了200余个原竹建筑作品，原竹建筑案例和市场占有率遥遥领先。举办竹产业、竹建筑、竹文化、绿色发展高峰论坛，全国高校竹建筑设计建造大赛，北林大国际花园建造节、竹建构的无限创造分享会等全国性竹文化、竹建筑活动，以设计加科技赋能传统原竹建筑行业，既传承了传统工匠技艺，又极大推动了原竹建筑行业现代设计和科技进步。风之庭，水之庭，花海竹廊，一山一水，一竹一线，都倾注了匠人的心血。竹径拥有强大的技术研发力量，通过自主研发和与科研院校紧密合作，原竹防腐防霉处理，大幅提升原竹使用寿命。艺术不是建筑在一个伟大的观念上，而是建筑在一个小而诚实的实践上。截至2022年7月，竹径共申请专利30余项，已获得授权发明专利2项，授权实用新型专利11项。竹径掌握原竹建筑连接、支撑、功能拓展等核心技术，赋予原竹建筑全新的造型和美感。在满足功能需求的同时，通过形体塑造，使其与周遭环境融为一体。竹径通过举办全国高校竹建筑设计建造大赛和自主设计，在浙江省安吉县设计和建造了30余个竹建筑，组成了极具中国第一竹乡特色的竹建筑集群，成为泛设计圈追捧的竹建筑探寻之旅特色旅游线路。一枕竹林清风，执竿而渔，无余也乐。
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Welcome to 2022 International Conference, Bamboo, a very sustainable construction material, and the third World Symposium on Sustainable Biocomposite Material and Structures. My name is Liu Kewei, the Global Bamboo Construction Program Coordinator of International Bamboo and Rattan Organization. Thank you very much for your attendance at the opening. Simultaneous translations, English, Chinese, and Spanish are available for global participants. The conference is organized by INBAR Bamboo Construction Task Force, with the support from 36 institutions from around the world. First of all, let me introduce our distinguished guests represent the headquarters of INBAR in Beijing. Mr. Durai Jayalaman, Global Program Director of INBAR. Professor Shi Yongjiu from the School of Civil Engineering of Tsinghua University, Vice President of China Steel Construction Society. Welcome.
Good morning, nice to meet you.
Professor Song Yanhao represents the School of Architecture of Tsinghua University, Deputy Chief Architect of Architecture Design and Research Institute of Tsinghua University. Welcome. Professor Wang Ge represents International Center for Bamboo and Rattan. Welcome.
Morning.
Then let's welcome our distinguished online guests and representatives. When I introduce your name, please kindly open your camera and wave your hand to global participants. Mr. Wang Wei, Deputy Director General of the Department of Standards and Norms from the Ministry of Housing and Urban-Rural Development of China. Welcome. Professor Cui Kai, Chief Architect of China Architecture and Research Group, Fellow of Chinese Academy of Engineering. He will come later. Professor Chui Ying from Alberta University, Fellow of Canadian Academy of Engineering. He is also the chair of ISO 165 Timber Structures Technical Committee. Ms. Elora Hadi, founder and creative director of iBook. Welcome, Elora. Professor Fang Dongpin, Dean of School of Civil Engineering. 我们线上的嘉宾，请把自己的麦克风 mute 一下。Professor Fang Dongpin, Dean of School of Civil Engineering of Tsinghua University. Welcome. Professor Yang Jun from School of Civil Engineering of Tsinghua University.
Morning.
Professor Li Haitao, Vice Dean of School of Civil Engineering of Nanjing Forestry University. Professor Huang Dongshen represents National Provincial Joint Engineering Research Center of Biomaterials for Machinery Package of Nanjing Forestry University. Professor Zheng Xi, Dean of School of Landscape Architecture of Beijing Forestry University.
Good morning.
Professor Yang Huifeng represents the College of Civil Engineering of Nanjing Tech University. Mr. Long Weiguo, President of China's Southwest Architecture Design and Research Institute Limited Corporation. Mr. Ou Jiajia, Secretary General of Committee of Timber and Composite Structures, China Association for Engineering Construction Standardization. Welcome. Professor Qin Ling represents the Faculty of Architecture and Urban Planning of Chongqing University. Welcome. Professor Jonas Hauptmann from Virginia Polytechnic and State University. Professor Xu Qingfeng, Chief Engineer of Shanghai Research Institute of Building Science Limited Corporation. Dr. Len Yubing, Director of Research and Development Center, Shanghai Research Institute of Building Science Limited Corporation. Ms. Yvonne Lin represents the Hong Kong Institute of Architects. Professor He Mingjuan represents Tongji University. Professor Ken Harris represents the University of Pittsburgh. Mr. Chen Shuwei, CEO of Hongya Bamboo Era Tech Limited Corporation. Welcome. Mr. Cai Wei, CEO of Anji Zhujing Bamboo Industry Technology Limited Corporation. Ms. Wang Yanfei, General Manager of Anji Zhujing Bamboo Industry Technology Limited Corporation. Mr. Xiong Zhenghua, General Manager of Ganzhou Sentai Bamboo and Wood Limited Corporation. Mr. Wang Junnong, CEO of Hangzhou Bamboo Technology Company. Mr. Xue Zhichen, CEO of Hunan Taohuajiang Bamboo Science and Technology Limited Corporation. Mr. Chen Yongjie, CEO of Jianzhu Jiangsu Jianzhu Green Bamboo Construction Technology Limited Corporation. We also have several representatives from in Europe and Africa. Due to the time slot of the opening is not available for them. So therefore, we wish them really have a very good dream today. Thank you very much for your great support to the conference. I would like to suggest that all the VIP open your camera and our staff will have the screenshots. Please keep your smile for 5 seconds. Open your mic, open your camera. Please. I will count 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's welcome INBAR's Director General Ali Muchumu to deliver the video speech.
Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings from Beijing. I'm honored and delighted to deliver the opening speech for this event, which has a very long title, the 2022 International Conference, Bamboo, a Very Sustainable Construction Material, and the Third World Symposium on Sustainable Biocomposite Materials and Structures. As we all know, bamboo is traditionally used as a construction material in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Research and innovation in the past few decades have enabled bamboo's usage as a contemporary construction material in its original form as well as the reconstituted forms. As a widely available material in the global south with the positive implications for greenhouse gas emissions and climate change mitigation, bamboo holds tremendous potential as a green, locally available, affordable, and resilient construction material across the world. Bamboo construction has always been one of the key development areas supported by INBAR. Based on the great impact of INBAR's online webinar seminar series over the last two years, we expanded the topic to biocomposite materials and structures this year. Policymakers, researchers, entrepreneurs, and young students across the world have been invited to explore the potential of using biocomposite materials and to help build sustainable communities, create resilient cities, and achieve carbon neutrality goals. Experts on concrete and steel structures from the mainstream construction sector have also joined us today. And they will provide the advice and expertise for scaling up the use of timber and bamboo in the modern construction sector. It is worth highlighting that this year INBAR has received the full support of 36 other institutions for this conference. In the interest of time, I will not mention all the co-organizers, supporting organizations and sponsors, but I want to assure you that we at INBAR greatly appreciate the support we receive from all of you. Over the course of 8 sessions, nearly 90 speakers and moderators from around the world will share the latest developments in bamboo and timber construction. We welcome distinguished representatives, young researchers, and students from different institutes to deliver their opinions on how to use biocomposite materials in a contemporary context. Dear participants, in closing, I would like to wish you all great success on this important learning journey. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot for Muchumu's speech. Without the great support from our global partners of INBAR, we cannot attract more than 1,000 global participants to register the conference. Thank you very much. Now let's welcome Mr. Liu Shuren, Director of Department of Forestry and Grassland Reform and Development from the National Forestry and Grassland Administration of China, to deliver the video speech.
各位领导、各位来宾、各位同仁，大家上午好。很荣幸
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very honored to attend the 2022 Bamboo Construction and the third Biocomposite Material and Structure International Forum. And for the past several years, the National Forestry and Grassland Administration attached great importance to the bamboo construction and material. And the bamboo is really useful to solve the sustainable development and also achieving the dual carbon objectives. And on behalf of National Forestry and Grassland Administration Development Department, I would like to extend my warm congratulations to the opening of this conference. At the same time, I would like to thank INBAR and the INBAR Bamboo Construction Expert Group and the other institutions. I would like to thank you for your support and care. And bamboo construction has been used in China for thousands of years, and under the sustainable development philosophy and how to make use of the biocomposite material and how to decrease the pollution produced during production, construction, and application is really in line with our plans, and also can improve the economic value and the ecological value. And the National Forestry and Grassland Administration attach the great importance to the bamboo construction and the material. And together with 10 ministries and NDRC, we have issued the Grassland Development Plan 2021 to 2025, and also come up with the guidance for accelerating the bamboo innovation and development. And we would like to deepen the development of bamboo products and also to improve the competitive advantage of bamboo furniture and bamboo structures. And under the support of INBAR and the bamboo construction and biocomposite material will stick on the road of green transformation, technology empowerment, and win-win development, and also contribute our effort in achieving carbon neutrality. And the department of innovation, we dedicated to support the work of INBAR, also facilitate the development of bamboo construction. Last but not least, I would like to wish this conference a complete success. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Director Liu. As Director Liu said, the potential of using bamboo as a modern construction material can really help China to reduce carbon emission and for carbon to get carbon neutrality goals. Today, we are honored to invite Mr. Wang Wei on behalf of the Ministry of Housing and Urban-Rural Development of China to share us how to promote the biocomposite construction industry in China from his point of view. Welcome, Mr. Wang Wei.
尊敬的各位领导，各位
Distinguished officials, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So first, I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation on behalf of my institution. I'd like to extend my congratulations to the celebration of INBAR's 25th anniversary and the second Global Bamboo and Rattan Congress. Today, we bring together the experts from the forestry and also the construction industries. We will talk about the latest R&D, and it is a very good opportunity for us to help the construction industries to contribute to the solution of climate change. Since the proposal of the dual carbon targets in China, my institution, MOHUD, has been committed to implementing the measures to reach carbon peak and carbon neutrality. And we also have the 14th five-year national plan to take the technology as the important way to reach green economy, green construction, and the zero carbon technology. At the same time, we also put forward the 14th Energy Conservation Plan, which clearly states that by 2025, we will build the 50 million square meter areas for the low carbon constructions and energy efficient constructions. We also have the market demand for the low carbon materials, and also we have a market demand for the super low energy demand materials with huge market potential. Currently, the product of the bamboo, the application of the bamboo product in China is not widespread, but we think that from the carbon neutrality project in the world, most of them use the modern and the new wood structure and also the passive technology. Most of them use the efficient PV and hot bumping in the technologies. The new biocomposite material is very important to build the zero energy consumption projects with very good physical qualities and also thermal qualities and insulation qualities. NDRC and the MOHUD have published the carbon peak solutions in the construction industries. And by 2030, we will have the wide application of the bamboo materials in China. We think that the wood and bamboo material and structure needs to be further understood by the public. It is different from the concrete structures, and in the production and marketization, in the marketing, development, and the standard making. And in the cases, we should further promote the understanding of bamboo and wood structure. So I think today's meeting is highly relevant. I hope that experts in the industry can contribute to your ideas and also can have some inspiration from today's discussion. And we can learn more from the experiences in the industries to better explore the low carbon material and the energy efficient structure and the material, so that we can find how we can cooperate and how we can discuss the high quality standards to promote the low carbon bamboo structure and also the new systems, so that we can play an active role in coping with climate change. Finally, I hope today's meeting a huge success. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Mr. Wang. Thank you very much to provide us a series of guidance to guide us how to promote bamboo and timber structures in China. INBAR sincerely hope we can have the further collaboration with Moorewood in the near future. Now let's welcome Professor Fang Dongping to deliver the speech on behalf of the School of Civil Engineering of Tsinghua University. Welcome. 方老师，您的麦克风没有打开。
好，感谢。
I think you are mute. Thank you, moderator. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First, on behalf of the School of Civil Engineering of Tsinghua University, I'd like to congratulate on the successful opening of today's meeting. In the construction industry, the low carbon and energy conservation are very important to reach our target. For the biomaterial, they can capture the emissions and the gases. They also have the good qualities in the thermal quality, so they can save the energy. My university is promoting the research in the and also the teaching of the bamboo structure. We have relevant research as early as 1970s. And we also had the symposiums on the development and use of bamboo material. In the new century, the academician Chen Zhaoyuan cooperated with his peers to initiate the recovery of the application of the wood structure. And they are also dedicated to the development strategy of bamboo in China. So I think their efforts have contributed to the recovery of the bamboo research in China. Professors in Tsinghua University have also researched in the structural innovation and also the bamboo protection. Universities in China also recovered their majors and subjects and courses about bamboo and wood. So we also have flourishing research in the industry. Recently, academician Ye Jianguo provided the English version for the contemporary bamboo development in China. And he said that the bamboo industry in China is very promising. And also, as one of the coordinators, co-organizers, we have been organizing today's meeting. Professor Shi Yongjiu selected the topic for today's meeting, and Professor Huang Peng also made the journals for today's meeting. We also have our students to act as the volunteers for today's meeting. This meeting celebrates the 25th anniversary of INBAR in environmental protection, poverty alleviation, and also the promotion of equality in the world. INBAR has a lot of achievements. So I hope that today's meeting can be a huge success. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Professor Fang Dongping's speech. Now let's welcome Professor David Trujillo, Chair of INBAR Bamboo Construction Task Force from Coventry University, to deliver the video speech.
Welcome to the 2022 International Conference, Bamboo, a Very Sustainable Construction Material, and Third World Symposium on Sustainable Biocomposite Materials and Structures, BARC ICBCS 2022. This event is part of the celebrations to mark the 25th anniversary of INBAR. I am David Trujillo, the chair of the INBAR Bamboo Construction Task Force. The INBAR Bamboo Construction Task Force coordinates the activities of international research institutions and private enterprises interested in promoting and developing the structural use of bamboo. The task force currently has 33 members from 18 countries across the 5 continents. Our members represent a variety of professions linked to the construction sector, including architects, engineers, and designers. The task force has several missions. The most prominent has been the developing of ISO standards for the structural use of bamboo. We have worked alongside Technical Committee 165 of ISO to write and publish 4 standards since 2013, and we're preparing a further 3. The INBAR Bamboo Construction Task Force has also distinguished itself for its role in the international seminars like this one you're attending, which we are co-organizing. Over the years, we have reached thousands of viewers across the world. For instance, at this academic conference, more than 900 participants have already enrolled from 600 institutions and nearly 80 countries. And that's not including the more than 80 moderators and speakers. At this conference, we'll be addressing topics ranging from architectural use of bio-based materials through the use of biocomposites and the sustainability of bamboo construction to innovations in the use of timber. I think you can agree with me there is something for everyone. I'm certain that this event will be distinguished by being of high quality, relevant, and contemporaneous. I hope you enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Thanks a lot to David's speech. Now let's welcome Mr. Zhou Daijun, Secretary of Party Committee of Hongya County, Sichuan Province of China. Video speech.
Distinguished guests, experts, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am really honored to get together here with you in today's conference to talk about the future of bamboo. On behalf of the CPC in Hongya County and the municipal government in Hongya County, I'd like to extend my warmest gratitude and welcome to all of the experts. Hongya is in the south of Sichuan province behind Emei Mountain, and it is the home of Su Dongpo, a very famous poet in China. We are also adjacent to the airport in Chengdu. Su Dongpo once said that bamboo is important for the literatives. For the thousands of years, we have been planting bamboo in Hongya, and we really love bamboo to make it unique. And bamboo is also one of the highlights of Hongya. Hongya is also an eco-city. We are also a very good place for the retired people. We have the forestry coverage of 72%. And also the oxygen concentration is the first level in China. And Hongya is also one of the demonstration pilots for the eco civilization in China. We are also one of the restoration place for the forestry. So we also have the park of panda. And bamboo in Hongya is very important for panda. In 2012, we set the Panda National Park in Hongya. And the wildlife panda eat the bamboo. And we also have the bamboo museums for immersive experience. Hongya cultivate bamboos for our daily life. And Hongya is the green hometown for everyone. Hongya is focused on the bamboo technology and the bamboo market. We also have the bamboo fiber composite, bamboo steel developed. It is as strong as steel, and it is also elegant, as elegant as the bamboo. It is widely used in the furniture and also in the construction. We find that it can promote the low carbon life.
激发活力，我们将以本次会议为契机，以竹为媒，以竹会友，秉烛兴业，与世界各国人民一道，共谋绿色低碳生活，共建美丽竹林家园。诚邀各国嘉宾、全球友人亲临弘扬，养颜养生，养心养神。预祝大会圆满成功，谢谢大家。
Thanks a lot to Mr.
I would like to wish this conference a complete success.
Ladies and gentlemen, by use this chance today, we will have a small book release activity for the English version of contemporary bamboo architecture in China. Before invite our distinguished guests to the stage, I will brief the book on behalf of other 6 authors. Dr. Xu Tingfeng, Professor Wang Ge, Dr. Chen Fuming, Dr. Chen Yubing, and Professor Yang Jun, Ken Harris. By the joint efforts of International Bamboo and Rattan Organization, Shanghai Research Institute of Building Science, Limited Corporation, International Center for Bamboo and Rattan, 后台的工作人员, Tsinghua University and the University of Pittsburgh. The English book was jointly published by Tsinghua University Press and Springer this April. This English version was based on the Chinese version, which published 3 years ago in 2019. So it's our great honor to invite Ali Muchumu, Director General of INBAR, renowned world architect Sim Weileis, and Professor Choi Ing from Alberta University to write us prefaces. Thank you very much. So this book got notes of the efforts from dozens of architecture design studios, research institute, enterprises, colleagues of our authors organization. The book also got the support from Chinese Academy of Engineering consulting projects and the China National Key Research and D program during the 13th 5-year plan period, as well as the Center for Non-Conventional Materials and Alternative Technologies at the University of Pittsburgh. Thank you very much. The book describes the distribution of bamboo forest resources and species for construction, types and characteristics of bamboo materials for construction uses, as well as the research and development status of different types of bamboo structures. We go on to describe standards, international organization, research institutions, and processing enterprises in China. We spend lots of pages on those typical cases. I will lead you to go through the book quickly. You can see there are lots of vivid bamboo construction projects built in China recent years. This was designed by Professor Cui Kai. The fish ship designed by Professor Song Yanhao. So I will go through quickly. Restaurants, the Bamboo and Rattan Pavilion, and Shanghai Flower Expo. So you can find out there are lots of projects built in China recently. by using bamboo as a modern construction material. So the Chinese book was circulated with lots of the partners of INBAR, like ISO, United Nations, with the world-renowned architects Simveles, Mauricio Cardenas Laverde, also shared with lots of the partners, policy makers in China, with different universities. And as Professor Fan Dongping said, recently we received the message from Professor Nie Jianguo from the School of Civil Engineering of Tsinghua University. We think for developing green architecture, bamboo and timber structures have brilliant prospects. It's not only for authors, but also for all the people who are promoting bamboo construction industry in China. So if you are interested in this book for international readers, you can go to the Springer website. And for the readers in mainland of China, you can go to Tianmao. So now let's welcome also our distinguished guests in Beijing meeting room. Move to the stage. First, I invite my colleague, Ms. Wang Renfei, to move the bookshelf to the stage. So let's invite all the guests to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let me count. Let me count 3, 2, 1. Do right? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now we will have 2 minutes break and then we go to the session 1. Exemplary architecture design of bio-based materials. I will introduce 2 moderators firstly, Professor Nie Jianguo and Professor Song Yehao. Professor Nie Jianguo is from the School of Civil Engineering of Tsinghua University. He is a fellow of Chinese Academy of Engineering, as well as the foreign fellow of Japanese Academy of Engineering. He is an eminent specialist in the area of steel concrete composite structures. And present, he is the director of Future City and Infrastructure Research Institute at Tsinghua University, the chairman of Academic Committee of Tsinghua University and the director of Civil Hydraulic and Architecture Engineering Division of the Chinese Academy of Engineering. Professor Song Yehao is the professor and director of the Institute of Architecture and Technology of School of Architecture of Tsinghua University. He is also the Deputy Chief Architect of Architecture Design and Research Institute of Tsinghua University, and the co-founder and the principal Soap Atelier. Professor Song focuses on sustainable theory and design over 20 years within the scope of architecture, urban studies, and building technology, while highly promoting the combination of modern design and vernacular architecture in China. He is among the leading academic in sustainable architecture in China and key consultant for governments and authorities. His projects have been awarded worldwide and have been reported in multiple languages. So welcome, Professor Song Yanhao, the floor is yours.
谢谢可为哈。首先呢，我们邀请第一个。
Thank you, Mr. Liu. Thank you for your introduction. I would like to give floor to Professor Cui Kai, and his topic is the bamboo construction under the dual carbon objectives. First, I would like to play the video clip. This is from Mr. Nie. Distinguished delegates, good morning. I was invited to deliver my speech in the conference because the civil engineering annual events also is held today. So I was not able to attend this conference in person. So I would like to introduce some of my insight and thoughts for the development of a bamboo construction. I was born in the South China, and I'm very familiarized with the bamboo and the timber. And because the growth speed of the bamboo is very fast, and it just takes 3 to 4 years to grow. And if we don't chop it, they will rot in the forest. And it's also the similar thing for timber. And I think we can chop the bamboo and timber locally in the suburban area, and to develop a single layer or low-rise bamboo and wood building in rural area. And in the big cities, we can consider multi-story building with bamboo and wood, so that we can better deal with the fire production issue. And for low-rise and multi-story bamboo and bamboo buildings. And from the design point of view, we need to consider how people evacuated if the fire takes place. And the price of the bamboo construction is quite reasonable. And how to achieve the dual carbon objectives, a very important issue in the industry. And during the production of the building materials, it will emit a lot of pollution and the carbon. Is for the cement, for example, when you burn the cement, and they will release a lot of carbon. And but for bamboo construction is natural material, and so that we should make use of the bamboo construction, either in line with the carbon neutrality objectives in China. And during the process of the carbon of the bamboo construction material, and we need to understand how much pollution has been emitted, and we also need to understand how differences between bamboo and with the other materials. So my suggestion is that we can use the nail to connect with the bamboo, and for the waste management is also something that we need to consider, because we need to consider the recycling and the second use of the material. And for the bamboo construction, I want to say that from 2019 to 2021, Professor Chen, he issued about the bamboo construction strategy and research for 2035. And it states that we should use more of the green and environment-friendly bamboo construction material, because they are very resilient, and at the same time they can be used during the fire, and at the same time they are very innovative material. At the same time, we need to promote the complete installation of the material. And Mr. Yang from Tsinghua University is going to communicate with you today.
Oh, I'd like to thank the organizers for your invitation. I hope that we can have more discussions on the further development of bamboo. And also, I'd like to thank the moderators. I hope that next we can learn a lot from the presentation of the experts. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Next, I will introduce our first speaker, Academician Cui Kai. Academician Cui Kai is the general architect of the China Academy for the Civil Design, and also the vice chairman of the China Architecture Association. At the same time, Tianjin University, Tsinghua University, and also other universities has appointed him as the professor. He has been committed to the research, and he has chaired more than 130 national projects, and he has won more than 200 professional awards. The outstanding scientific staff in China, the national bonus from the State Council. He initiates the local cooperation and R&D of construction. He has published the report for the green construction principles and the green hubs. Academician Cui is also exploring the local innovation in China. For example, he initiated the local design for innovation. So we can find the local feature of architecture. He will talk about the dual carbon target for the wooden structure. Thank you, moderator Song, for your introduction. So today, I will talk about carbon peaking and neutrality calls for more timber architecture. I have been working for 40 years in Beijing, and I'd like to share with you my experience, and I propose initiate the local construction as the basic principle. Actually, for the local construction, we transformed from the cultural direction to the green development explorations. In recent several years, I have been leading my team in the 13th five-year research projects. We focus on the green methodology for design. The timber and the bamboo structure have been our exploration under the green architecture. I think we are not that systematic or holistic in our research. However, as a professional architect, I'd like to contribute my ideas to promote the development of the subject so that the timber structure in China can have more development.
So
today, I'd like to give you several parts in my presentation. First, I will talk about the timbers and the bamboo structure under the dual carbon target in China. We can find that now in China, in the traditional buildings, we focus on the harmony of human and nature. And in recent years, the Chinese government has initiated the dual carbon target for the international community. And we also have the industry-wide research and transformation. Now the construction industry in China is growing very fast for the low carbon construction and low carbon material. They are becoming one of the focus. We also know that during the transformations in China, we can find that we have the demand to improve the green development quality. At the same time, we should make the buildings energy conserving. And we also need to renovate the older buildings. All of them are our new directions. We also have the technology of the renewable energies and also the development of green buildings. I think most of us, we know that the bamboo and the trees grow in the nature, and 1 cubic meters of the timber can absorb 1 ton of carbon dioxide. So it is a very important material for the carbon sequestration. In China, we have large areas of the wooded areas. In Jiangxi province, I visit the mountains in Jiangxi yesterday, and we began to feel that the government has more protection for the forestry. And at the same time, we have accumulated a large amount of biomaterial and bioresources for further development. And going forward, the timber and the bamboo industry in China will have further development. So in the life cycle of the wooden structure and the timber structure, it is better than the steel and the cement structure. And the timber can better absorb the carbon dioxide. It is low in the energy consumption in the production. At the same time, it is very good in insulation. Another important point is that people love nature. They want to get close to the organic material. So for timber and bamboo, I think consumers have the preference for them. We also began to know that China is a big country in timber, and we have a long history of construction. And most of the history can be found in the historic buildings, and most of them are the important historical heritage or historical site. The application of timber is not the passive application of timber. Instead, it is based on the relations between human and nature to find the application of timber in the modern architecture. We should also respect our tradition. We find that in recent several years, the timber industry in the world has been developing. We also have a new landscape in the timber structure. A lot of the famous architects began to use the timber structure in their work. So I think timber is very organic in the vision. And at the same time, we began to know that the timber structure in China faces some bottlenecks. The first one is the cultivation of forestry needs more efforts. For the forestry, we need to protect them. And the second bottleneck is the lack of the technological guidance for the technology guidance for the application of timber structure, and we began to solve the problem. The third bottleneck is the standards and rules that may constrain the development of timber structure. I mean, the regulations in the fire code. And the fourth one is is the whole industry chain of timber structure is yet to be completed. So we need some policy, we need a policy encouragement, and we need efforts from professors and also the forestry authorities to further research on this material. And I think all of them are very important to support the practice in the construction and the architecture. In our own design, we have found some problems. In the design academy, we have some research. For the first one is the quality of the material. The second one is the system of the structure. The third one, the techniques of installation. The fourth one is the promotion research. Based on the current fire prevention code, so that we can faster promote the application of the wood timber structure. We can also find that the modern architects in China are exploring the combination, the application of timber structure and organic materials. You can find the famous projects in this slide. Most of them looks really unique and they bring the warmth to the city. At the same time, they bring innovation to the rural side. In our games and in the forestry, I think the children love those wooden houses. In the large-scale wooden structures in the recent years, we also have some excellent cases. For example, in the Taiyuan Botanical Gardens, the architects from EU designed them, and its construction also gets the support from the designers from Canada. So this park is very light in the weight. I also visited its construction, which is very inspiring. Then, about our own works and the projects. In recent years, we try to promote the application of timber. This is the Chengdu Tianfu Architecture Exhibition Garden. So this project is for the exhibition of agricultural products and agricultural produce. Later on, it was promoted as the conference center for the agriculture, technology, and so on. And its selection is on the river of the rural side in Chengdu. And in our design, we usually use the steel and we also build the traditional agricultural practice with the organic materials because we had a previous practice of the timber structure. And we use the massive timber structure. So we can find that the conference center is well combined with the surrounding fields and the mountains and also the river. So this architecture is an open place. This is relevant to the strategy for designing the construction. The principle for designing the building is to use less energy. And we take into account the weathers in Chengdu and also the features of the agricultural industries. So we design it as the greenhouse, and it is timber it consists of timber and bamboo. We also have a lot of research and discussions during the process. Previously, the greenhouse was mainly for exhibition, then it was used for conference and office. So we add a small portion of the steel structure in that for the air conditioning systems. So for a small proportion of that greenhouse, it use the energy.
休息区、交流平台都在不用的。
And the corridor and the rest space, you can see that they don't consume much energy. And by calculation, the energy consumption has been diminished. And for the timber construction, we collaborated with the structure craft, and they are very good at the timber construction, and they help us to design this lightweight structure. And they are very down to details. And the construction and the design are carrying out during the COVID. So it's very difficult for them to travel to China. So we have this online guidance on the online platform and to guide the workers to install the structure. And you can see that people put their wisdom together on the online platform. So this is the procedure pictures. And this is an on-premise picture. And they work in order and they are very organized. You can see that they come with a different size and with a different angles. And all the detailed figures, you can see that we put them on the timber. There are some series number so that we can install them together. So this is the complete picture.
成都的这个油菜花田的前面就是这是今年春天。
And you can see that there are some seed flowers in front of this building. And there's no metal. And this is a ETFT fuel on the floor. And it's very transparent. And at the same time, it can be colored. And you can see this very dazzling and colorful. And it can be melted during the very hot temperature or even in fire. So this is a common practice in the big timber structure. And the engineers in Canada, they come up with this kind of design. And you can see they use this steel structure to connect the timber. So the steel and the timber, they play their own role in this design. In this exhibition center, the elevator, the rest area, the corridors, and you can see the design are very harmonious. And there are some plants here. And to display the agriculture outcomes. And now we're in the processing procedure. And this is Agriculture Civilization Center. And this is the exhibition hall, very bright. And you can see the window can be opened and it's with a very good airflow, especially during the COVID. And this is September. This September, we organize a harvest festival, and a lot of the agriculture merchants, they come here to display their booth. And this is the bigger scenery, bigger picture. Because there are rivers next to the exhibition center. And for the small houses this year, you can see there are a lot of restaurants. And during weekend, thousands of people will come here for dining. And before the strong project, and we have done a very big project in Haikou. This is a tourism center. And this is a government project. And they want to display some tourism pictures and to turn this into a tourism center. And we adopted this concept of a green and eco-friendly design. And because of time limit, I cannot, go into the details. And you can see this handy analysis, and with very good ventilation result. And the floor can also absorb the energy. And the whole design is very lightweighted. It combined with the steel and the timber. And this is the construction picture, and this is the installation picture. And this is before COVID, and the 6 workers from Europe, they come here to help us for the installation. And this, you can see that it carries a lot of the Hainan style, and also integrates with the park. And we keep all the plants here. Palm plant here. And there are a lot of platforms in the building, and people can use it for rest and for sightseeing. And you can see there are a lot of open spaces. And there are beautiful curves. And this is in 2019. We organize the activities regularly. And we also accept the tourism group. And this is another project. We use bamboo and light steel. This is Wildland Park. It's called the Wildland Science Museum. And it's located by the rivers. And the Wildland Park is used to deal with the water, to do the water treatment. And the landscape was designed by Beida Turen. And we want to design this as an more open space. People can work here and to enjoy the scenery here. And you can see this is the function analysis, function deployment. And this is the picture from the air. And the roofs are made of wood. And you can see the design here is really useful for this the change of the climate.
这是里边包括里边
This is inside of the museum. You can see that there are lots of plants planted here.
这已经结合很多年一直用的还不错好，我们在园博会的项目当中，实际上
And
也
this
是
is the Garden Expo project. They also adopted a lot of wood and bamboo structures. So this is in Nanning, in Guangxi province.
打破了我们一般用传统园林建筑的手法，而是用现代的一个空间组织方式，然后用尝试用一些新的材料体系。好。
And we adopt the new material.
竹须竹材
And we adopted the bamboo.
建筑体验空间的设计结合起来这是
And also combined with the space. So this is the bigger picture from the air.
那很多的竹材我们没有直接用圆竹，而是用圆竹的剖面把它切开以后
And
呢
you can see that we didn't use the bamboo itself, but we use the excess of the bamboo. And we installed this mirror on the roof. And this is some Queen Opera's performance. And you can see this is the great transparent of the film. And this created this phenomenon, very Chinese phenomenon. And this is the bamboo with the film. You can see the very interesting picture shown here.
这是我们在昆山做的
It's another project in Jiangsu province, Queen Opera.
振兴文化振兴当中的一个小
This is a cultural revitalization project.
它是在原来的村子的
You can see that
农民的宅基
in the beginning, on the left-hand side, it was a village.
还是用的钢结构，但是
And we revitalized this village.
装修，而且呢盖戏楼这个遮走廊都是用这个圆竹，
And we used the bamboo
所以可以看到原来的14年
to create the corridor. So on the left-hand side was 2014 before the revitalization. And then this is after the revitalization. And this is a Queen Opera's performance.
这个京剧之前
And because Queen Opera enjoys a very longer history, even before the Peking Opera.
游客们非常喜欢的一个演出
And the tourists are fond of that.
这些圆竹
And this is bamboos.
的其他的材料
And they also combine it with the other parts from the bamboo.
在这之后，实际上这几年
And after that,
学生在这个福建
together with my students, we have done the other projects in Fujian province and do a lot of projects in the village rejuvenation.
中国建筑师有很多都在做大胆的尝试
And we have done some bold experiments.
呢是易于维护还一个
And
它更
our purpose is to maintain the original design at the same time.
老砖厂的改造也用到竹材。
At the same time to save the
想说呢，随着我们
the environment, and with the carbon objectives. So the modern timber and the modern bamboo materials will be highly used and attached greater importance to this kind of materials.
相结合将成为
And the combination of biogenic and bioclimate design and the production of renewable resources will mark the start of the new stage. Thank you, Mr. Cui. Thank you for your amazing presentation. And he shared several cases in Chengdu, in Haikou, Whiteland Museum, and Nanning Garden Expo exhibition, and the Queensland Opera School, and the totally 8 cases, and talk about the combination of bamboo and timber and show us the innovative cases. Thank you so much. I would like to proceed to our next speaker. Pekka Samning, professor, and his topic is bamboo, sustainable construction material, and he's from Finland, and he's the owner of PSA consultant.
And
Professor Sa Meining is very familiar with China and has a lot of works in China with a lot of social influence. For example, the theater in Wuxi and also the cultural center in Fuzhou. And the partner of Professor Sa Meining, Martin, will give us the presentation. Let's give the.
Hello, my name is Martin Lukasczyk. I've worked with PES Architects as a project architect in our main bamboo projects, the Wuxi Grand Theater, the Fuzhou Strait Culture and Arts Center, and currently I'm working with my team on the Nanchang Poly Grand Theater. So I've worked with Professor Pekka Salminen, the founding partner of PES Architects, during all significant bamboo experiences of PES Architects since I joined the company in 2005. Pekka Salminen has personally prepared this presentation, and now I am pleased to present it to you. Thank you. Pekka Salminen got to know bamboo as a construction material for the first time in 2008 when PES Architects won the Wuxi Grand Theater competition. Here you can see a bird's eye perspective of the building. The main feature of it architecturally is that we have tried to connect the building to the lake, connecting the city development to the lakefront by cutting it in two parts. The opera on the left, the small theater on the right, covered by 8 wings. In the meanwhile, one of the greatest designers of our time, Yrjö Kukkapuro, has started to produce furniture in China, like this famous chair named carousel chair. In fact, he's been doing that for a while, in 2008 already. And at the time when this chair was produced, it was selected as one of the 50 best design objects in the world. Yrjö Kukkapuro was also a member in the UNESCO research team established by the Nanjing Forest University, studying new possibilities of how to develop bamboo as a modern, sustainable hybrid material. This slide you can see a traditional bamboo forest on the left side, and then you can see a finished birch forest on the right. Yrjö says that birch is like our Finnish bamboo, since historically we have used it just like bamboo had been used by the Chinese. One exception being that bamboo you can eat and birch you can't, but in fact you can drink the birch juice. In these pictures you can see classical Alvar Aalto chairs from the 1930s, and these are in fact also made of birch. And so is also the interior of Pekka Salminen's home in Helsinki. The house is originally built in 1937, which is in fact the same year that Pekka was born. Complete renovations to the house were made about 25 years ago. In the pictures you can see the original birch flooring, birch ceilings and doors. And on the left picture you can also see the birch table designed by Pekka. In the background there you can see Pekka's wife Telle in the kitchen. This is an annex to our office building in Helsinki, where we have used pine and spruce as construction material. Hello, my name is Martin Lukasczyk. I've worked with PS. Hello, my name is Martin Lukasczyk. I've worked with PS Architects as a project architect in our main bamboo projects, the Wuxi Grand Theater. The difficulty here was, of course, to match the color tones. We have used rather thick veneer to achieve that in this case. This is a photo showing the main opera hall. Again, here you can see the theme of the ceramics. The curved ceramic surfaces are made of single small pieces of what we call jasmine ceramic flowers. If I remember correctly, it was 1.5 million pieces altogether. Where the hall geometry becomes too sharp for placing ceramic tiles, we covered the surfaces with solid bamboo. This bamboo was actually, in fact, the difficult task compared to the ceramics. And it took us a while to research, and after numerous tests, we finally found one producer who produced a perfect mock-up sample for us. You can see in these pictures that also the floors and the chairs again are made of bamboos. The balcony railings from the back are all made of bamboo. And then you can see that these sharper or smaller radius geometries of the surfaces were covered with bamboo as well. The workmanship and final quality of the ceramic surfaces and bamboo edges was excellent. This photo is showing the concert hall in Fuzhou. Again, the materials in the concert hall are made of tiles on the walls. They're a bit larger scale tiles, also custom designed with a very special jasmine flower pattern on them, combined with bamboo again. The floors, the chairs, the stage area and the organ wall, here you can see a close-up of that, are all made of massive hybrid bamboo material. In this case, we used the lighter color, which was working better with the white ceramic tones. And we used bamboo also on the lobby floors and partly on the walls even. So this is showing the lobby before the small auditorium in Fuzhou, which is using thick blocks, again, thick blocks of bamboo, massive bamboo, hinting at the material used inside of the small auditorium. This time we decided to use the glulam hybrid bamboo type, which is often also called classical bamboo, which has which is more suitable to be used with a lighter and more natural tone. All the surfaces here are again made of massive bamboo blocks, where we have used the detail of Wuxi Grand Theater, improving it. We call this the woven blocks method. It's based on the Wuxi detailing. This is a picture from afar showing the building in its context. Our aim was once more to create a truly Chinese building with a facade made of ceramics and using the bamboo also as part of the facade, as those two materials both being local and sustainable materials, and enhancing the cultural value of the building. Now these are very fresh pictures which we have recently added to this presentation. They just came from China. They are showing that we are well underway with designing our third big performance-based building in China, the Nanchang Poly Grand Theater. These are again produced by Dassault mock-up types of the opera hall balcony fronts. This is under development, so this is not the final product, but the building is well under construction, and as we all know, schedules in China are fast and tight, so we're doing our best again to turn this into a successful bamboo project. Here you can see another photo this one is in this case showing the elements which we are testing for the small auditorium. I would say in the end that we are continuing and we are using our experience to continue to develop the bamboo material. We are always eager to find new ways to use it, to push the limits of bamboo, and to showcase the physical and aesthetical qualities of the material. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
非常的马丁卡斯奇克代表大米教授做的精彩的演讲，讲到了对中国竹材的认知类比芬兰的clearly. Okay. I lead the team Ibuku, and nearly everything that we do is out of the choice to use bamboo. We're inspired by this incredible material and by the work in bamboo that came next. My personal bamboo story goes back to 1975, when my parents, while traveling around the world, first settled in Bali. So I grew up in this wonderland in the 1980s. And here what I learned is that you could have an idea and then just make it. We made this jungle gym, this clay frame, out of fresh cut bamboo in our backyard, not because we thought much about the material at the time. It was just a very useful and beautiful material to work with. Over the past 2 decades, we have created over 200 unique structures, many of them in Bali, and now more and more often overseas. So I got to join a team of extraordinary people, artists and craftsmen, architects, engineers, builders. and sometimes recording in progress our own rules, creating our own dialect of artisan bamboo architecture here in Bali. And what we've really learned, actually, is to listen, not so much for what we want to create, but to understand what this material in this place wants to become in our hands. Here I am in a clump of Dendrocalamus asper niger, and I remember coming home from university in the States to find this. My dad had planted a little seedling in our backyard just 4 years before, and I watched it grow into this magnificent clump. Bamboo has, of course, been in use across the tropical regions of the world for tens of thousands of years. There are islands, probably even continents, that were first reached by us on bamboo rafts. But across Asia especially, most people have a complicated relationship with bamboo, and very few people have actually aspired to live in a bamboo home. But together, we have begun to change their minds. First, to do the work that we do in Bali, we had to set a whole new industry in motion here. For the past 12 years, the Bamboo Pure Workshop has been harvesting, testing, treating, and processing the bamboo for most of our projects, and that is what has allowed us to build these permanent structures. And somehow none of us quite feel like experts yet, but what lifts my heart and keeps me going on this journey of innovation each day and facing each new challenge is that bamboo itself stands for goodness. Bamboo lets us reach for bounty and abundance in a world more often aspiring to luxuries that are considered precious because they are rare and scarce and unattainable. And in this sustainability conversation, instead of straining to reduce and reuse and recycle and be a little bit less bad, bamboo's abundance lets us be part of something good together. As my dad, John Hardy, said when he and his wife Cynthia chose bamboo for green school, it is just amazing that we can promise bamboo to the kids. They could have built the school out of reclaimed timber, and it would have been considered sustainable, but they chose bamboo. And that is because it's a stand for the possibility that we could grow enough bamboo for everyone. We could have an abundant future. What that future looks like, what kinds of structures and technologies that they build, that will take a million forms by the time that the creativity of everyone in this audience and all the children in the campus and all the people in the world, by the time that evolves, it will take a million forms. But the understanding of growing up knowing that there is a real cause for hope and a belief that there is enough for everyone, that is the key. Here we are at our son's kindergarten graduation ceremony. And that these structures look the way they do, I believe somehow that was also a key part of the key necessity. An admin building, a cafeteria, a computer lab, they did not need to be these swirling, three-story, beautiful structures. But Green School transcended the practical, and in doing so, they captured people's hearts. This is through a combination of human ingenuity, yes, and also by letting the strength and grace of this incredible material shine through. And one thing is clear, and you already know this, in this audience especially, this material is a marvel of engineering. In interesting ways, Neil Thomas, an engineer we work with of Atelier 1, he compares it to carbon fiber. We have very often used these strong compressive poles intact.
Tools with the craftsman on site, between the designer and the builder, showing the arrangement and the intersection, the connections. And as you know, every material, it has its strengths, and we must also get to know its limitations and its vulnerabilities. More and more, we've gotten into testing to really understand the limits, and that is what let us do what we do to achieve sometimes a lightness of form where we dare not have ventured before. And I translate that into my thinking about people and teams and dynamics. Whether on site, at the studio, or at home in recent years, we have had to be flexible, to understand each other's limits and vulnerabilities, to bring our own unique selves and our capabilities to the team. And also sometimes we've had to be ready to unlearn our own training, to let go of our own assumptions, and even to reinvent our own rules. It does not work to apply thinking from other materials directly onto bamboo. Not many of the ways that we work with wood or steel or anything else can be applied to bamboo. Even the ways that we work with one type of bamboo don't always translate directly onto another. A structure designed for Asper may look stiff and disproportionate in Guadua. If designed for Guadua, it may not be strong enough if built in Asper. This isn't an easy material to work with. First, we have to understand it. I even have to keep reminding myself, these are curving, tapering, hollow poles, no two poles alike, no straight lines. And though we aspire for our results to look graceful and effortless, at least to the untrained eye, many of you won't be surprised by this. Each structure is a challenging orchestration of individual pieces, each with their own personality and character and flaws. And that is a very good reason that the world will be much more ready to embrace laminate structures where we split the bamboo up, unleash its flexibility, and create structures where we can control and define the properties of the material. The part of my story has been in working with the unique poles and their character and the craftsmanship potential that we have here in Bali. My personal background is in fine arts. I didn't study architecture. And so I love sketching. I love letting my imagination come free on a page, but just drawing is not the way to create three-dimensional results. We keep asking ourselves, how do we keep our focus on this material in 3 dimensions? Increasingly, we get into using 3D, CAD, Rhino, Grasshopper. These tools have helped us immensely. We continue to have to bend them, however, to suit bamboo and to keep in mind that they don't reflect the natural variabilities of the material or its grace. And while we do love technologies, continuing to incorporate them, it can't all happen at a flat desk, on a flat paper, on a flat screen. How do we anchor ourselves back into reality as we work? As we develop our structures, the model making process in real 3D is where so much of our design thinking also happens. We've got to get our minds onto the site and inside of the model. Can you believe that it took us about 8 years to think of cutting a hole in the bottom of this model so that we could see inside the building from below? The art of bamboo model making is an extraordinary thing. And also the art of bamboo building. This is a craftsman builder on site measuring each pole to find its arrangement in a structure on site. And as designers as well, we love being on site. And we also love to work in other parts of the world. How do we get ourselves grounded in those realities? Often we rely on technology to help us travel in our imaginations when it's impractical to travel as much as we would want to the site. We very often design onto these terraced, contoured landscapes. So the low-tech physicality of a model can help us work as well. Back and forth into 3D and real 3D. Back and forth between realities, often doing these full-scale tests to understand the properties and limits of the material, communicating with engineers in other parts of the world. On site, once complete, that bamboo model, it rules the site. Every stick in that model, literally representing a part of the structure. For the Arc, a gymnasium at Green School Bali, we used a crane to lift each crafted 19-meter span arch into place. This was one of the few times that we've used an arch in our buildings. Very often, the components of the structure are built with scaffolding in place, but for this project, it was essential. But notice in the foreground, each piece of bamboo had required a craftsman's care and skill, and also the support of machinery and technology. Balancing these factors is an important way forward to the future. Another way forward for us has been our work through Bamboo U. It's all about collaboration, gathering new people excited and interested in the bamboo world to come and learn together, to practice together, to build something together, to become hands-on. And also, during the past few years, to learn together online, to work together remotely and to connect from other parts of the world, to build a community interested in this material together. This is inside of the Arc at Green School. It's a gymnasium, and what's been embraced is a wellness space and a community center at the school. It features these pole-built arches and also the splits that bind them together to create the strength of a grid shell structure. It's the surface of this building that does the work. That's why we've been able to free it of any sense of having a truss. As we develop the technologies and engineering systems that can and that don't require the craftsmanship that we rely on Bali and that are replicable at scale, the potential for bamboo broadens. And whether majestic or delicate, we've had the chance to build for these beautiful landscapes. We have found ourselves thinking very often about continuity. Much of what we've done has been born out of the specific context where we've been doing it. The craftsmen we've had available, the types of bamboo that we've had available, the beautiful situations, and the types of clients and activities that have been happening, like any architectural project. And what we've found, the reason that we have worked with so many curves in spite of the simple linear nature of the bamboo pole, is that we've found that buildings on terraced ravines here in Bali, we haven't found that they can be rectangular. It's unusual that a rectangular building finds a good place for itself on a terraced slope on the riverside here. So we curve and nestle our designs into the contours of the site. Maybe we're trying to find a way to remind ourselves that we belong. And within the building, that conversation continues. We consider how to keep that thinking through to the details. This structure is an extraordinary example of a variety of ways of working with the material. It's made of bundled sticks and a laminated door frame and woven splits. For the interiors, we also consider how to keep that continuity. Inside of a curving house, I feel like it needs terraced steps. And also it needs a door that feels like a portal into a new world. And sometimes we're in the old world, we're in a box. We're asked to turn this box in Hong Kong into a Balinese landscape for a restaurant as a bespoke interior design project. And so we found with bamboo and other natural materials, ways of bringing comfort and closeness, of bringing texture and nature into this space. There's a sense that we're missing in the world, nature and texture. There's this obvious sustainable bounty of bamboo that unleashes a sense of play and possibility and goodness, of future credibility. And that's a really important part of the conversation. But on a daily moment-to-moment level, what drives us? We just want to find comfort. In the form of a building, it can hold us, it can hug us. The right balance of connection and protection, of being enclosed while still being in nature. More and more, we're using what we've learned from bamboo, incorporating other natural materials. A new palette is opening up a world of fun, but we are also refining our sense of where does bamboo really belong? Which aspects of a building should be built with what type of bamboo in which way? With what degree of technology? With what degree of processing? With what degree of artisanship? For this treehouse in Panama, the top floor and roof made from a local bamboo with a simple level of craftsmanship available in that place. And the stilts of the building are from weathered wood recovered from the flooding of the Panama Canal over 100 years ago. So this gives us the verticality we want without exposing the bamboo structure to weathering or UV, because we're using wood in that place. And sometimes we have to compromise. Even knowing bamboo is strong enough, the Nevada Building Code insisted that we add this steel brace to this bamboo sculpture in Las Vegas, USA. As we introduce bamboo into parts of the world that are not familiar with it, they don't have the data to support the strength. So we do what we can. We work with the information that we have and we share and we push and we see how far we can take it. And sometimes we have to compromise and add what's needed to make them comfortable to accept that building in that place. Lately, as we're asked to design projects overseas, sometimes we find that they are not as concerned with it being bamboo as they are concerned with us bringing the beauty of form that we've achieved. We aren't always able to use bamboo in significant ways because the industry has not yet reached a point in that place to support it. We had hoped that these laminated arches for a home in the US could be from bamboo, but we can't find a builder to do it at the quality and the price that the client will accept. So this building will be pine. We had also designed a building in Tulum, Mexico, and we're starting an ambitious process of creating an extraordinary collaboration there to create an entirely bamboo structure with the craftsmen in Mexico. Another grid shell. Because Ibuku's roots are in bamboo, and we love bamboo because of its sustainability, of course, but mostly because its character has caught our hearts as designers. These columns are familiar, their form is friendly. They invite us to lean against them. It's like leaning against the arm of your friend. And I wonder if bamboo and other natural materials, in their uniqueness, if they even give us permission to be our own imperfect selves? Can the room that we're in help us to be comfortable with ourselves, to be friendly with each other? Because humans and other natural things, we are not made up of so many. And change is inevitable. Our impact on the world is inevitable. So we keep asking ourselves, is it possible for humans to make our impact positive, not just for ourselves, but for the entire system? Can human presence add value to a place? Being up in a tree can inspire and excite and give people a new relationship with trees, to respect them, to admire them in the way that they might have overlooked them before, underestimated them. And when we create new spaces, we have the opportunity to reinvent them. Even though it's for a mattress, and mattresses are usually rectangular, and rooms are very often rectangular, a bedroom doesn't have to be a box inside of a box. For this ceiling, we wove long lengths of bamboo into an undulating basket. Imagine waking up here. Have you ever woken up from a nap in the park or on the beach and looked up into the branches of a tree? I wonder if we've forgotten something that we're missing, that we need in the texture of the world. To do so, to rethink and redesign and recover something that's missing in the world, we need to continue to follow a new path. I'm wondering what that is. I'm wondering why people respond so well when they walk into the Arc, the gym at Green School. Maybe it's because this structure feels more like a body than most buildings we know. And maybe that familiarity helps us feel like we belong inside of it. What helps us feel like we belong? What helps us feel good as people? There's also an element of it that's important, to remember tradition, to bring the past into the future in careful ways, in the right ways that make us feel good, to make vernacular contextual, to bring our design thinking into the form of each material, to express the material's texture and utility so that each lets each other shine. We have spent forever as a people building to protect ourselves, and rightly so. But now, as a default, we shut ourselves off. And in some places that is absolutely necessary. Some climates require it. We need to shut ourselves off from a winter storm, sometimes from a storm of mosquitoes. But as a default, we have given up so much of life's texture through the way that the world has been industrialized. Retaining the texture of a floor, the skin of the bamboo, for example, it can ground us, or the visual texture of the nodes. It can give us a sense of closeness to the world and to each other. Imagine the first step of a life onto warm, textured bamboo wood. How does that tune your mind and refine your senses? There is an element of mystery to the future. The adventure of being in a new space, being in a new kind of building, being on an adventure. It makes something new possible within ourselves. It makes room for change. Now, the question that we're chasing is it possible to make that impact positive so that human presence, so that design can add value to a place to make a more beautiful future possible? How can we find a way to live with nature as part of nature? Because it's time we remembered that we are nature. Time for bamboo to give us the grace and strength and flexibility to realize that it's in our hands to create the future, to create our future memories and experiences, and to design our future selves. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. 哈代女士的这个讲座非常的精彩哈，她作为一个纯艺术背景啊，然后把 INBAR 这样的一个机构，包括她做的很多的这种建筑啊和自然的关系啊，推到了一个极致啊，做竹建筑的建筑师或者工程师，恐怕没有人不知道 INBAR 这样的一个组织啊，在印度尼西亚巴厘岛，而且我们也非常欣慰的看到他已经把自己做的很多东西从巴厘岛啊到了美国，回到了美国啊，到了墨西哥啊，到了很多其他的地方。我们也预祝哈代女士啊未来在竹建筑的这个探索上能够再创新的高峰啊！谢谢。第一场分会就到这儿结束了，我们休息2分钟啊，谢谢大家。
Biocomposite materials for contemporary construction sector, current scenario, and future prospects. I will introduce the moderator of this session, Professor Shi Yongjiu. He is from the School of Civil Engineering of Tsinghua University, who is a specialist in basic theories and design method of building structures. He is dedicated to the research and the development in the area of high-performance structural systems and the safety and disaster mitigation of metal structures. Currently, he is the Vice President of China Steel Construction Society and the Secretary General of Professional Committee on Science and Technology Synergistic Innovation attached to the Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development of China. Welcome, Professor Shi Yongjiu, to moderate the session.
Thank you for the introduction. And good morning and to the audience in Asia, and good evening to the audience in North and South America. And my greeting also sent to the participants in Europe and Africa. I think you are in the early morning. And in this session, and we have invited 6 speakers and to give our presentation. And we are talking about the recent development on engineering materials and also on the bamboo structures. And the first speaker is Professor Wang Ge. And I just give a brief introduction about Professor Wang Ge. Professor Wang is come from International Center for Bamboo and Rattan, and he is a specialist on bamboo-based composite and structural materials, as well as processing technology. His primary research area focuses on the performance and assessment of bamboo fibers, processing and application of bamboo fiber-based materials. I think he has led more than 20 or 30 major international projects and received numerous honors and awards. And please welcome Professor Wang Ge give us his presentation. Yes, please.
好，谢谢主席，各位大家好，很高兴有这个机会参加我们第2届竹城大会有关竹建筑的论坛。我今天跟大家交流的有关内容是竹制工程材料的创新与应用。大家知道竹子在建筑中的应用 除了圆竹建筑的历史长以外，在工程竹的利用还是比较短的。与木材相比，它也只是初级的发展阶段。所以我从以下4个方面跟大家进行一下交流。首先，简单介绍一下中国竹资源。
First, a brief introduction about the bamboo industry in China. China is rich in bamboo with more than 30 species, 30 genre and 800 species, and 6.41 million hectares of bamboo forests in 17 provinces in China. There are more than 10,000 kinds of bamboo products, which are used in more than 10 fields, including transportation, furniture, and textile. In 2020, the output value of China's bamboo industry exceeded 320 billion yuan. It covered people's daily necessities, including the food and also clothing. The industrial value in China is growing very fast. In 2010 to 2020, it's growing very fast for the bamboo industry. China leads the world in the variety of bamboo species, the area of bamboo forest, the stock of bamboo culms, and the output of bamboo products, and also the bamboo trade. Secondly, about the development and application of bamboo structural engineering materials. The application for bamboo structure material in construction in China has been rising. In Yunnan provinces, the traditional round bamboo has been used for more than 1,000 years. In recent several years, the engineered bamboo has been used to build demonstrations in Hunan University and the Nanjing Forestry University. In the earthquake resistance, I think bamboo played an important role. In the World Expo, we have the application of round bamboo. In Sichuan, Zhejiang province and in Shanghai, some of the processing companies used the engineered bamboo. And the government also gave attached importance to bamboo research project. From 11th, 12th, and 13th five-year plan, we have found the important share, the large share of the bamboo project. The Bamboo Structure Standards Association has been issued by China Engineering Construction Standardization Association, and the monograph of contemporary bamboo architecture in China and the Guoban structure were published. Some universities include the bamboo structure into their books. So all of those efforts have promoted the application of bamboo in the construction material. In the perspective of material, I'd like to talk about the round bamboo as the construction material, then the engineered bamboo as a material for the construction. And the combination of timber and the bamboo, and then the combination of bamboo and steel, with steel as the main frame and the bamboo as the surface material. We also have a new trend that takes bamboo as the general structure material. We have the bamboo primary processing, which is very diversified. The round bamboo can be used directly. The bamboo blade, bamboo bar can be processed into different products for construction. Then the bamboo columns application. The round bamboo can be used as connection and can be used for erosion prevention. In particular, in the round bamboo expo, we have found the presence of a lot of round bamboo in the venues. It is also used in wharves in China. In addition to China, in Southeast Asia and Latin America, the round bamboo has also been widely used. As mentioned by the previous speakers, the round bamboo's advantage is localized production with low cost, which is very simple. And it has been favored by many countries. In China, the application of round bamboo is also emerging. China has a long history of using round bamboo. China also incorporate the modern philosophy into that and modern technology into round bamboo. Then the application of bamboo mat and ply bamboo. Bamboo can be woven into mat, and it is very resilient. So it can be used in the rooftop and also in the surface of wall. In the earthquake relief and other projects, this kind of material has been widely used in combination with steel. And we have built prefabricated houses. We also use bamboo split LVL application. Vertically, it can also be used in the ceilings as a support. And the glue laminated bamboo application. So this is called the glue laminated bamboo. It is very even in the intensity, and its facade can show the feature of bamboo. It can be used as the decoration material, and it is also widely used in the community entertainment centers. Then the application of bamboo scrimper, that is, we will split the bamboo vertically. And it can be made into all kinds of materials. It is very strong in the intensity. Sometimes it is called bamboo steel. It can be made into columns and also supports and ceilings and also the supporting materials for the construction. It can also be used into the curve shape. So this slide shows the constructions and the material, the buildings. And it can also be made into the materials, and it can be made as the double-layered support. In the rural revitalization and scenic sports, we can find the application of this kind of material. And the bamboo and the wood composite application. So we will use the man-made timber and combine man-made timber with the bamboo. In recent several years, we use bamboo winding composite application. And this material is very earthquake proof. It can be used in the house structure. For the villas and also for the rural houses, I think this material can be used a lot. We also use other bamboo-based material structure. We can use flattened bamboo. And the bamboo can also be combined with other materials. For example, we use metal in the surface.
得到了一些应用啊，包括用圆柱做桥梁和工程柱做桥梁啊，这是毛以生基金会推广应用。
Bamboo is also widely used in the bridge.
很重要的还可以做一些建筑的景观，特别在中国的乡村振兴中得到了推广应用，受到了大家的喜欢，也改善了当地的民居的和农村的一些环境。竹材作为装饰材料用途就更加广泛了，因为刚才介绍
also widely used in the decoration material, and it can be used as a sheet, as a film, and original bamboo can also be used in the interior design, and it's widely used in the interior design in hotel and restaurant. And just now, Mr. Liu released the book, Contemporary Bamboo Architecture in China, and you're welcome to buy this book and maybe take a look. And I would like to talk about the issues and challenges in these industries. And compared with timber, the bamboo construction faces great challenges. There are several reasons, because there are unique features with bamboo. The classification of bamboo units in the bamboo structure product have not been established, because the resilience should be even distributed on the bamboo. And there is no complete system and classification of original bamboo and the bamboo sheet and the bamboo film. And we are still lacking of data. And when the designer and the architect design this, they still look for some data for the durability and the mechanical properties of bamboo.
第三点呢，我觉得作为竹结构材方面的问题呢，就是能够体现竹材这种特色的特点。
And the data of the optimal design and the structural analysis reflecting the character of the bamboo are insufficient, because there are a lot of architects for timber, but not many of them are familiarized with bamboo. And we still need to train more talents and cultivate more talents in bamboo construction. And bamboo is really environment friendly, and the life cycle of the bamboo are very environment friendly, and from the chopping of the bamboo to the processing of the bamboo, and how to degrade this bamboo, the energy consumed should be cautiously assessed, And I think the last challenge is we need to make up the formula standards and specification for bamboo structure. And I just mentioned that not many architects are very familiar with bamboo construction and bamboo materials. So we want to accelerating in formulating standards. And the last, I would like to talk about the development trend of processing and utilization of bamboo.
以下这几个方面来谈，一个是加工的工艺与设备。竹结构
First
材
is the processing technology and the equipment.
希望以后能够像木材那样。
And I hope that the processing of the bamboo can be as advanced as timber processing. And we need to improve the automation of the processing technology. And also is highly rely on the equipment. And you can see that there are large size composite material and the components. And there are also some issues with the joint protection and the durability treatment technologies.
竹结构建筑一些建筑师和设计师很注重这种节点的连接和设计。
And they attach a great importance to the joints on the durability treatment technology.
所以它在连接过程中，它的
And when we're connecting the bamboo, and bamboo is very different with timber, because sometimes they need they will cause the cracks on bamboo. So we need to come up with a standard and an evaluation, and to make them as a national standards or industrial standards.
用于大规模的建筑工程应用，还依赖于标准的准入，以及
And at the same time, we need to conduct the whole life cycle evaluation for bamboo, and for the design and application of bamboo construction.
种类和加工技术品种方面很多，但是呢，竹结构材的材料的工程师和家具和建筑的设计师，
And the designer for the bamboo construction needed to have smooth communication with the architects, because the architects should understand the feature of the bamboo and the durability of bamboo. And I think this is our weak points that we need to improve, and I hope that in the future we can have a complete set of technology.
还有就是技术和人才管理。
And the next point is the management talent training.
比较快，但是竹结构建设方面的人才啊，无论是材料制造。
And we still lack of talents in designer, workers, technicians, and the university and the institution really need to take the responsibility to train more people in the bamboo construction.
像普及先进的加工技术理念来推广竹结构建筑。
To promote the bamboo construction. And this is a whole process of a bamboo construction, from chopping and to processing of the sheets and the square sheets, and the degradable and the waste of the bamboo. Bamboo really enjoys great advantages in terms of the energy control, energy conservation, and bamboo is really environment friendly.
竹材是一种环境友好材料，那么
Bamboo is a environment friendly material.
技术提高，我相信竹结构材
And with the improvement of technology, I believe that there is a great potential with bamboo construction in building and in the green furniture
application and also structural materials and relevant to the bamboo structures in China. And at the moment, and the bamboo structure has been widely applied in the temple buildings and also landmark buildings. And Professor Wang and also has outlined the challenge and also the future possible development and also research potential. And I think they give us very bright pictures for the futures of application of bamboo structure. And so we thanks Professor Wang again. Well, I think next speakers, and we have invited and Professor Long Weiguo. I think Professor Long Weiguo is also an eminent engineer, and at the moment he is the president of China Southwest Architectural Design and Research Institute, and he has chaired a number of technical committees and also standing committees on modern timber structures, and he also has designed more than 10 large-scale timber structures, such as the recent completed project Young Corps at the Green Tianhui Architectural Expo Parks. Please welcome and Professor Long Weiguo give us his presentation.
石老师好，各位专家、各位来宾，大家上午好，非常高兴有机会给大家汇报中国木竹结构标准体系的建设。
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my pleasure to present to you the Chinese standard and the application in bamboo material and the construction. And China Southwest Agricultural Design and Research Institute enjoys 72 years experiences and is affiliated to CSCEC. And the project that we have been covered is over 20,000. And we provide the planning, urban design, and landscape designing, and all sort of the business scopes. And this is my agenda. I would like to introduce the application of timber and bamboo structure in China. Wood and bamboo are widely used in China with thousands of years of history. And there are lots of national relics, such as the Nanchang Temple and Forbidden City. And the Nanchang Temple enjoys more than 1,200 years history. And Yinxian wooden pagoda built in 1056, and the highest traditional wood structure building. And this is the traditional wood structure, and is the largest wood structure building group. And after the new China established, the bamboo structure takes 46%. And since 1980, wood has been restricted to build house, and the timber structures research has stopped for almost 20 years. And after 21st century, the sustainability become the national strategy, and wood and bamboo is renewable, green, and they started to enter people's life. And a lot of institutes and universities have attached great importance to the research of timber and bamboo. And timber structure is really a step into a great era. And in the recent years, the central government has come up with a lot of policies and norms, and like beautiful countryside of China, and the implementation plan for the dual carbon objectives. And next, I would like to talk about a few cases. This is Xinjiang Media Convention Center, and it combines with timber and bamboo. And this is a Sichuan airline base. And the length is 48 meters. And we also use a lot of timber to do the design.
这是西南院设计的天府 是西南院设计的这个天府龙播园。
This is the Tianfu Agriculture Export Park Qingmiao designed by CSWDAI. I will elaborate on this project. This is the Chengdu Tianfu International Conference Center. It has the length of 411 meters. And this is the main hall of Chengdu Tianfu Agriculture Export Park, designed by CADG. Its max span is 118 meters. It is visited by more than 10,000 people during the National Day. This is the Taiyuan Botanical Garden Greenhouse, designed by SADR. Its max span is 90 meters. This is another famous project in Chengdu Longquan Mountain Forest Park. It uses engineered bamboo. In the holiday, it is often visited by more than 10,000 people. This is the Yibin International Bamboo Trading Center. And we also has used bamboo in a lot of the constructions and also buildings in China. In the second part of my presentation, I am going to talk about Chinese standard system for timber and bamboo structure. China has a lot of improvement in the standard systems with the support of the government. From 1970s, CSWDAI has been working on the timber structures. We focus on the national standards for the timber structure. We have compiled 6 national standards and 1 industrial standard, 1 design brochure. We have completed the systems for the standards for timber structure. Last year, we won the first prize of the technological achievement in Sichuan province. For the timber systems, we have 4 genres. We have the national standards, the industrial standards, local standards, and the group standards. The previous 3 are guided by the government. We are also having 1 reform in the standards in China because we want to streamline the national standards and the government standards. And we are developing the group standards. Going forward, the group standards will become the main part of the technical standards. I think the standards for bamboo structure is very special. For the engineering standards, it includes the design, construction, quality acceptance, and the technical standards approved by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, MOHURD. We also have product standards approved by the Forestry Authority. This classification is done by the process. First, the mandatory standards. It uses the general code for timber structure. It is mainly used by the regulators. And design standards. We have the standards for design of timber structure. When we are compiling these standards, we use introduction first and development second. We introduce the latest technology from developed countries for the practice. We also have the design standards for engineered bamboo and round bamboo. The first one was just published. The second one was under compiling. Due to the rapid development of bamboo structure, those 2 compilings have been growing very fast. We also have standards for the construction and acceptance to ensure the quality. Fourthly, technical standards. It provided the technical reference and it is very targeted. For the bamboo structure, it has a lot of the quality assurance standards. So the timber structure in China is developing very fast. For the product standards, it is made by the Forestry Authority for the processing, quality assessment, and evaluation. All of them have the reference. I think standards are very important for the bamboo and the timber structure. In the third part, I'm going to talk about my institution's engineering practice for timber structure. We have been exploring the national standards. At the same time, we are also exploring the new practice for design for the timber structure. We have some major projects completed. The important one is called the Jimiao project. It is adjacent to the building designed by Academician Cui. It is the largest scale office building in China. It was designed by us. The design is in line with the natural landscape of Chengdu. That is Jimiao, the green plant is growing. It is located in the field, and the facade of the building looks like the green plant, the grass, green grass. So it is an integration of the nature. So this is the final look of the project Jimiao. And the pictures from different perspectives. In the buildings, we are feeling like in the nature. We use the glulam arc. So due to the moist air in the surroundings, we use steel and concrete. In the below, we use 4 steel columns to support the ceilings. And the ceilings is covered by ceramic net. So this is the curve of the structure. On the left side, a triangle is the core of the building. On the right side, we also have the handle, and we also set the leverage on the 2 sides. Some of the tensions can be reduced for bamboo. So the leverage design is an innovation for the project. We usually use structure to achieve the beauty. The leverage is very important in the support. So through the computer analysis, we have the analysis on the structure of the building. We also use the software to optimize the structure. It can be said that we have perfectly combined the strength and the design. The software we developed can have some verification of the data. For the project, we applied the virtual construction technology. In the project, we have built a 3D model. It includes the linkage and also different sizes. And that is how we can organize the construction better. And this is the construction of building number 5. This is how we build the linking point, the linkage. And those are the construction map for the linkage of the project. And this is how it looks after the construction. And this is another facade from new perspective. So the project is integrated into the grass. And this is the facade of the single body building. It is open for the commercial and investment, and also commercial attraction. This is the interior part of the building. And some of the circuit and also the lines for the power is hidden in the structure. And this is how the stair looks. And we reduce the man-made traces in the structure. So it looks like a pasture, in particular in the spring, when the flowers are in full blossom. So for this project, we have reached our expectation of the timber, for the timber structure. In the proposals, in the plans, and also in the constructions, I think the different groups have very close cooperation. And what we felt is that the innovation needs the support of standards. We also need innovative engineering materials to have more breakthroughs. Secondly, we need the innovation of digital design and construction to improve the efficiency and the quality. I think China now lags behind in this part. We should have more efforts in the R&D and innovation so that we can use digital technology for our work. I hope that we can have more efforts for the development of.
I think Professor Long has given us very good presentations, and he has summarized the application and in timber and bamboo structures, and from the traditional building to modern building. He also gave us a brief instruction about the development on standard, particularly focus on the timber structures and bamboo structures, and finally, he introduced a very remarkable and building and project, and they call the Young Crops project in the Tianfu Agriculture Expo Parks. And I think that both in architecture design, all structural systems are so fabulous. And I think we looking forward and to go to Sichuan to visit that project. And please, thanks, and Professor Long again. Well, and I think that the third speaker is Professor Zheng Xi. I think he is from the Beijing Forestry University. At the moment, he's the Dean of School of Landscape Architectures. And he's also the editor-in-chief of the Journal of Landscape Architectures. His research interesting including the landscape plannings, landscape performance, and the digital landscape. And he has published many high-level papers and received a number of eminent awards. And please welcome Professor Zheng Xi give us his presentation.
Okay, so thank you very much for Professor Shi's introduction. 谢谢各位啊。那么首先呢，还是祝贺我们世界竹城大会
So
的。
first, I'd like to extend my congratulations on the successful opening of today's meeting. So the previous speakers talked about the construction and the buildings, but I will focus on landscaping.
我们说的室外的花园啊，有很好的这样一个搭接，所以我们今年呢，也在把这个竹材料在园
I'll
林
share with you how the bamboo is widely applied in the landscape architecture. And there are a lot of cultural feature with bamboo, and because sometimes the people will link the feature of bamboo with the feature of a trees of people, and you can see this from the 3rd century, and the 7 of the scholars they read poems in the bamboo garden, and because sometimes we use the metaphor of the bamboo to describe the trees of people, because it's very resilient and it's very straight and very genuine. And from 1,000 years ago, the book of Sang Weifeng and described the virtue of a human and became the source of the later generation. And the Qin dynasty, and one of his court is the Shangmin Yuan. And they introduced the bamboo to the capital city in Xianyang. And in the Hualin Yuan, you can see the biplants planted with the bamboo. And in Luoyang Jialanji, and in some private garden, in the official gardens, and bamboo is widely planted. And our last speaker talked about the bamboo plants in the southwest of China. And it is a typical settlement pattern of a forest space in Western Sichuan. And it generally consists of a forest garden, house, and peripheral cultivated land. The whole house is hidden. And until the 11th century, Sima Guang is a very famous scholar in Song Dynasty, and he built the Dule garden. And they set up the bamboo cottage and the bamboo corridor. And this is like a fisherman's hut. And it's a circle like a jade, and the circumference is 3 feet. And the bamboo is planted in the north of the border. And this is pictured by Qiu Ying. And this is Zhuhua Li. It creates a harmonious environment with the garden. And to 1970s, and this Wang Jizhong, and this is in Shanghai, Hollow Pavilion, and together with a grass and with the bricks, and it creates a very beautiful environment. And to how to discover the value of the bamboo in landscape construction, and this is Shanghai World Expo, the home of a German Chinese pavilion. And we have done a lot of thought. And we invited younger students to come to the project and to conduct the research with us. And this is the landscape festival. And also we received support from INBAR. And this is starting from 2018. And a lot of urban design and architecture's major students, they joined this festival, and they also build this landscape by themselves, and they explored the bamboo construction in garden. And the white bamboo is the best material for garden building festival, because the bamboo structure is very environment friendly, and it's best practitioner of the low carbon environment protection. And it's also rooted in the traditional culture genes. And it's very resilient with bamboo fiber, and it's sometimes in line with the pattern and the law of mechanical, and at the same time it emitted very low carbon. And from 2018, this festival has been continued for 5 years. Each year, over 200 universities join us, and will choose 15 to 30 groups and to build this their work. So you can see from 2018, the theme is a bamboo pavilion garden. And Professor Song, and he built this cloud bamboo pavilion. And in 2019, the theme is poetics of the garden. And then this is a COVID. And in 2020, we located this festival in Chengdu, in Guixi. And 2021, Garden of the Future, and 2022, Garden of Dreams. So we have organized this for 5 years. This is this year's video clips. You can see students, they build the bamboo by themselves. And how to make the bamboo night. So together, 20 of them, 20 groups. And it took 3.5 days to build all the cases. And we choose them from all the competition work. There are a lot of very interesting cases. So this is called the Look Up at the Bright Moon. And this is from Chiba University, Japan. And it's also because at that time, it was the Mid-Autumn Festival in China, Mooncake Festival in China. So the theme has something to do with the moon, with the appreciation of the moon. And this is a Beijing Forestry University, 2019. And this case called Black Hole. And you can do the star appreciation inside of this. And it's a very quiet, and you can enjoy the solidarity. And there are 6 directions. And the first is the structure innovation. And they call it a plant seal because of the fiber, the bamboo fiber is very resilient. And also it's in line with the mechanical pattern. And there are a lot of innovative projects. And in 2020 is also a cantilever structure from Beijing Forestry University. And you can see that we control the structure. And it is from prototype, extract, weaving, lift, and building the mold. This is a whole life cycle project. And the students can explore the potential of the bamboo structure. And the second case, also from Beijing Forestry University, is called a special shaped shell structure. And you can see this double layer mesh. And this is the model. You can see this curve. And together with the plant, it's very romantic. It's also entwined with the environment. So this is the whole, this is a look. And because the space that we give students is 4 meters times 4 meters. So you can only build something within this space. It is a braided structure. It's called Fanlong, also from Beijing Forestry University. And they use the woven bamboo sheets. It's very light, yet very strong. And there's no nail. And that's how it looks. You can see it's create a harmonious environment with the outer environment and also with the sky, and integrated with the nature. And this is from the above. As construction is the art of connection. The node structure is the combination of the material properties, and it's also very important a starting point. And from molding to the movable nodes. And this is I just mentioned about this binding nodes from Chiba University. And just take 2 days to do it. This is from the Central Academy of Fine Arts. And it use of steel. You can see they feel like the bamboo structure flowing on the air. And it creates this dynamic feeling. And this is the steel. The steel nodes are pulled to form a suspended form. It's very light. At the same time, so it can move. It's another case is to use the fixed pulley traction device. This is from Huazhong University of Science and Technology. It's fully make use of the flexibility of the bamboo. You can see that the fixed pulley traction is installed on above. So this is a pulling structure. And another case is to make use of a parametrics and make use of a 3D printing. And this is a very important feature of bamboo. Another case, and this is like a minimal surface as a design prototype. It accurately simulates the spatial form of typhoon stone. It's called the Another Sky. It's called the Dream with a Butterfly. So this is a complete view. And this is epidermal units integrated with structural frames. It's called the music of with the tuning and wind moving work. And when the wind comes, it will make the sound. There's music of a tuning. And when there is a wind, and each unit will move and make this sound. Very interesting. And this is the application of the 3D printing technology from South China University of Technology. And it made use of the 3D printing technology, and no binding and no nail. And this is how they built it. And they also installed some lighting devices there. This is how it looks like. It also, we explored the relationship with people, and also to emphasize the interaction between human people.
How we combine the outdoor activities with the structure. This is called the trampoline in the bamboo garden, designed by South China University of Technology. For this structure, it has the innovation because the bottom of the bamboo structure has a counter arch structure composed of raw bamboo facing 8 directions, symmetrically in the center faced by twine, thus forming a pre-stressed state. The upper bamboo arch is linked to the coating. So this is how it looks. We also have the judges who experience this design. This is called a cradle in the bamboo garden by Tongji University. The bottom is the nearly spherical shape. You can see a lot of children playing in the design, in the structure. This is called support climbing vines with the toughness of bamboo. This is called planting bags bringing vitality to the surface of the bamboo structure by Southwest Jiao Tong University. So from 2018 to 2022, we have designed many bamboo parks. With the support of new technology and the metrics, we have a lot of innovation in the design. So we are exploring with new experiments. Now we are promoting the eco civilizations. We want to combine the beauty with ecology and nature. And the bamboo culture can be applied in more scenarios. And finally, I'll play a video for you. It shows the botanical garden in Chengdu and the projects we finished there. The construction is on a slope. From different perspectives, we can find how these design integrate with the surrounding environment. And those are the judges on site. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
And use bamboo and as a material and to construct and the garden and also for landscape. architectures. And I think Professor Zheng also tell us very interesting and attractive stories and about the garden festivals and all those fabulous build and projects and has attract us and to expand the application of bamboo. I think all the audience in the online and maybe consider to attend next garden festival. Thanks, Professor Zheng.
Thank you.
I think the fourth speaker is Professor Yang Jun. Professor Yang has come from Tsinghua University, and his research and focus on the bamboo and wood building structures, and he has supervised and participated in a number of research projects, and he also the coordinator of the construction projects research on development strategy and key technology of bamboo construction sector in China towards 2035. Please welcome Professor Yang Jun give us his presentation.
Thank you, moderator. So today in my presentation, I will talk about technology road mapping for the development of bamboo structure in China based on bibliometric analysis and expert survey. The main content of my work was published last October in the Journal of Engineering. So the research is cooperated by academicians with the efforts from Tsinghua University, Hong Kong Chinese University, and Shandong University. I am the coordinator for this project. The project has been supported by many experts. I have several parts: a background, bibliometric analysis, expert survey, and suggestions in my presentation. In 2017, Professor Nie Jianguo published a paper. In it is expected that by 2035, the field of civil structural engineering will fully realize the development vision of green, low-carbon sustainability, modernization, and intelligence, transformation and upgrading of industry, and improvement of people's livelihood. I think bamboo as a material has many advantages. The first one is that bamboo is sustainable and renewable. It has a very strong capability in carbon sequestration. Bamboo is in line with the rural revitalization strategy, and it can be used in the tourism industries. And it also has the unique cultural values. As a natural background material, bamboo culms is limited in size. It is vulnerable to pests and corrosion. And it also has some flaws. So it is not that reliable. Because it is vulnerable to erosion. For example, the project in the picture is the bamboo culms as the connector. So the bamboo is eroded due to the rain. And we now also have the engineered bamboo, but it uses a lot of glues. The use of glue may cause environmental protection, and it is not fireproof, and it is not that durable. We also face the incomplete technical standards. So in our project, in the technology level, we want to use the environmentally environmental friendly material. We want to propose technical standards, and in the project level, we also have some demonstrations with achievements. We use the technology road mapping to research the development of China's bamboo buildings, where we are now, where to go, and how to get there. First, we needed to understand the status quo. We should use bibliometric analysis. We have the expert survey and the discussions to have the quantified information. And based on our analysis, we will give some feedback to the expert for their discussion. The tools we use is the Intelligent Support System for Strategic Study, ISS. And we use the Web of Science core collection. The search query includes the words behind. The period is from 1976 to 2020. We have collected more than 2,000 papers, and we exclude the irrelevant paper. This is the data pool for the further analysis. Globally, for the papers published in the bamboo industry, the number is growing. It shows that we have booming research in this regard with a lot of technological innovation from 2007 to 8. After that, we have exponentially growing number of paper published. And growing number may not mean everything. We also looked at the relative number. For every 1,000 construction and building paper, the number of bamboo research grow from 1.8 in 2000 to 5.8 to 2010. And we also find that China, US, and Japan are the top 3 in the amount of paper published for bamboo from 2009 to 2020, and from 1976 to 2008. Those are the 2 periods for our research. From 1978 to 2008, China, US, Japan are the top 3 in publishing the bamboo papers. Most of them are relevant to the round bamboo. Before 2008, the research of bamboo in China was not that widespread. From 2009 to 2020, China's paper about bamboo is leading the world, accounting 55% of the world's total. This is because China has more investment in this regard. In the first period, there is no bamboo paper published from Southeast Asia country. In the second period, Malaysia and Indonesia are also one of the leaders in publishing the bamboo paper. For the paper published, the top 9 institutions are in China. Most of them are the universities and also the research institutions. And in terms of the keywords cloud, we can find tensile property, carbonization, carbons, and mechanical. Through the bibliography analysis, we can divide the research topics into connection, adhesive, performance, processing, material, and the fiber. In terms of performance, we can find a durability and fire resistance. So we also have the dedicated research on connection. We also look at the government-supported research project in 2015. In 2020, we have 15 with more investment. And we focus on the bamboo material and the combination of bamboo and steel. Based on the analysis, we have the questionnaire allocated to the experts. It includes the government, the corporate, and also the public affair management. Most of them are the multiple choices questions.
专家们大致上认为，竹材的最大优势在于其天然可再生，并且再生。
Most of the experts saw that the bamboo is better than wood in the stability and the natural feature. And China is a very large country to produce bamboo, and the over percentage of the other reason that exceeds 50% are the density of the bamboo is high, and the shape and the texture of the bamboo is easily to use, very flexible. And the question that we need to improve durability and fair resistance. And 56% thought that the reliability and the convenience of the joint also need to be proved. And obstacle to promote bamboo building, 84% of the experts think that the bamboo lack of related standards. In the future, and the complete standards should be come up. And the second is that there is no pricing advantages. And because we cannot rely on the mass production and advanced technology to reduce the cost. And another issue is there's no enough demo cases, and it is a very interesting find. And this is a single choice. So for the engineering bamboo and the circle bamboo, which one is has a greater feature? Well, people think that both of them will all together. And we have made the following suggestions for the bamboo construction in China. And we think that we need to stick to green, high efficient, and environmental protection. And by 2035, we're going to develop a series of innovative bamboo construction materials, structural system, and a custom plan. At the same time, to come up with a high performance adhesive, and to expand the share of bamboo replacing existing construction materials, and make bamboo construction one of the options widely accepted by the public. And also to consolidate our leading position in the bamboo construction and the bamboo construction in China. And we come up with the following suggestions: develop bamboo products for construction with excellent environmental protection, durability, and a fair resistance. And at the same time, to promote multi-system and from the national wide, we need to provide the key laboratory and the key engineering build key engineering centers, and set up national special scientific research funds and international cooperation projects. And at the same time, to come up with a top-level design of bamboo building standards to promote bamboo construction demonstration products and strengthen international exchange. So this is my presentation. I would like to go through some figures. And the scale of the bamboo counter enterprise is around 1 billion RMB. And it's but it's still kind of small compared with the timber construction enterprises. And there are some demonstration projects I would like to go through. Some tension room after earthquake. And this is from Chinese University of Hong Kong. And this is INBAR International Bamboo Products Trading Center, sponsored by governments, and includes steel, bamboo composite, performance-based fire safety design. In the last year, the State Council issued the carbon peak plan before 2030, and it mentioned that a country will promote the use of bamboo construction, bamboo structure, and timber structure. And at the same time, there is a code for fire protection design of the building. And then there's some change of the plan. You can see that in the past there was 3 stories, but now for the safety, for the fire safety, they changed it to 8 stories. And this is from Shandong University and their research center. And they have done some bending tests, piloting products, and the demonstration products. And this is called inorganic adhesive. And they still keep the pattern and the strap on the bamboo. And we are looking forward to their research outcomes. So this is my presentation. Thank you for your time.
I think Professor Yang has a report and the outcome from their recent complete research project. And Professor Yang has summarized by literature reviews and also expert surveys, and to find at the moment the research on the bamboo structures is moving to the booming stage. And Professor Yang also has outlined the roadmap and also suggestions for the future development of bamboo in China. And I think because his report has been published in papers, and if audience like to know details, you can refer to his published papers. Thanks, Professor Yang again. Right, and the next speakers come from Nanjing Forest University, and it's Professor Huang Dongsheng. And Professor Huang, and he's also expert on the engineered bamboo structures, and his research specialties on the theory of composite structures and also design theories as well as seismic structure with its vibration control. Please welcome Professor Huang to give us his presentation.
谢谢主席大家好。那么我呢，今天呢这个题目呢就是
Thank you, moderator. My topic is engineered bamboo composite and EPC structure. Why we want to use the engineering bamboo? This is an emission, and you can see that the construction fields, it's emitted a lot of pollution and carbon, and a lot of advanced countries can see they make use of the wood. This is Canada, the bridge, wood bridge, timber building. Well, in the overseas market, we can see wood first, but there's some problem with that in China, because in China we require massive amounts of timber, and we have very rich bamboo resources. And so in China, I would like to say bamboo first. And that this is the comparison with the timbers. And the mechanical properties with bamboo is very familiar with, very similar with the timbers. And the engineered bamboo is a great substitute of the raw bamboo. And in China, we have a great tradition of using bamboo, especially in the south of China. So this is the raw material, raw bamboo on the left-hand side. But there's some durability issue. But if we process the raw bamboo to engineered bamboo, and you can see that we can reach the consistency of the material and also can improve the durability of the material. So what is engineered bamboo? What is the function of EBC? So you can see that we cut the bamboo, come into strap and meters, and then with the hot depression process. And it's now the final stage for engineered bamboo. And they need to carry some specific mechanical properties and some specific data, and also come up with the resilient and the durability trees. And from the last year, we come up with the specification and standards. And with the current technology, we clarify the engineered bamboo into the different categories and the classifications. And they are the mechanical figure, mechanical properties. So for each engineered bamboo, they should allocate on the following data. So this is a feature of EBC, and it's quite similar with some of the timber. You can see this is a fiber-oriented composite, and this is has something to do with the raw bamboo. And it's also in line with the composite material. You can see this is the volume fraction of the vesicular bundles. And this is other topic. And you can see that this is stress-strain relationship and the failure mode of comparison. And this is the shearing is carried by the tension of the fiber across the loading line, especially to the extreme line. It's very difficult to apply the traditional mechanical properties with the EBC. And this is a nonlinear of the material. You can see there's underprice. And this is the performance during extreme condition. And the parameters are temperature and the pressure. And this is something that we need to care about. And this is the calculation break in the outermost tensile zone. you can see this is the change of the tension and the change of the outer zone. And there's a cracks on the horizontal line. And this is very different with the traditional timber material.
It is also sensitive to the change in the temperature or environment. And it will cause some internal change. And this is the test result in our lab. And this is how it differs with the steel and other structure. Then about decarbonization and the softening under high temperature. Under the high temperature, its internal structure will be changed. Due to the loss of some substances, it will cause some change. And the characteristics of EPC, the seventh is connection problems. For the timber structure, in the connection, there can be some fractures. So for the timber structure, the connection method should be very unique, special. And about the design philosophy. In our design, we should consider several factors. The first one is the non-linear structure feature. So we often use the math to think about the features under high temperature. And this is how we use our analysis method. And the failure mode of EBC beam, this is in the middle, the analytical model, then the calculation formula of EBC beam. And we also calculate how we also calculate the change. And this is the column test under the axial eccentric load. And we compare our result with the nonlinear theory. So this model can simulate the structure conditions in the extreme condition. We also have many analyses and the area under pressure is kind of complex. And we have a very simple formula for that, but we still need further research on that. And about the fracture. First, we need to define the strength of the fracture. To avoid the calculation of fracture tip, we calculate the energy consumption in the fracture and the energy release unleashed in the fracture in our calculation. And this is the formula for the calculation. And then we also have the calculation method for that. For the first time, we use the self-developed camera systems and analysis, DIC image analysis systems to test the fracture. Through our monitoring, we give them a threshold. And we can calculate the fracture line. And the calculation result is in line with the modeling result. And this is also what we do for the first time. And this is the analysis model for the crack tip front. So through the fracture length, we can evaluate the non-linear area for the fracture. This is the red curve, and this is the black curve. And we can simulate the fracture's development before the fracture. And for example, the development of FPZ. This is the ENF test of Model 2 fracture. And we have a comparison of the theoretical result and the test result. I think they are well matched. And about the research on connection, due to the difficulties in the due to the features in the fracture, so we should we design a connection for the energy consumption, and this is the working method for the energy consumption calculation. In our experiment and test, we define different factors, And we build the 3-layer frame structure based on the connection. So in the earthquake of the magnitude of 11, all of the structure except for the connection remains stable. In terms of applications, the first one was built in 2009 in Wenchuan earthquake hit area. Academician Zhang has led the construction of the building. This is the 3-story bamboo structure in the new campus of my university. This is the demonstration structure in Fujian province. It is 5-story. The construction has yet to be started. So this is a video that shows the construction of the 3-story building. All of the construction has been prefabricated in the factory. Based on that, we have the companies and enterprise standard. For that, we hope to expand the standard into the industry. This is the Tangshan Mining Park in Nanjing. This is application in Guilin. This is a renovation project. The structure is done by us. Due to the issues in investment, the construction has yet to be started. The bridge construction will be started very soon. It is the first engineered bamboo for the construction of a bridge in Wuyi Mountain, Fujian province. In addition, we use the engineered bamboo in the protection of the aircrafts. We have the mechanical equipment. We built the crane equipment in 2003. In Deyang, Sichuan province, we transported the equipment into Shanghai, and you can see the equipment in my campus. This is the newly purchased equipment. And about the manufacturing of the EBC. As mentioned by Professor Yang Jun, we have some bottlenecks for EBC. One is in the manufacturing technology. For the traditional technology, it has no quality control. All of them are handmade. And we do not have a grade for the material. So all of the process is manual. In our center, we have done a new project. We have the production line. When the bamboo is put in, it goes through the selection. and it has the processed product. We also have the material control for that. We hope to reach our target.
This is the first production line that we set up in Nanjing, and this is a 2,000-ton polymer line. And this is engineering bamboo. We call it PSB. We call it LVB, LVL composite. And based on that, and through microwave heating, and we can produce 40 kilo pilot line. So you can see this is a 5 kiloton pilot line is on the way. It can produce a 40 millimeter thick, and it can also produce different units, and can also control the suppression and control the heat. It can help us to control the products precisely. And we have already started the operation in the production line. And I believe that they will improve the technology for the bamboo construction. So this is my presentation. Thank you so much.
A full pictures on the structural performance of bamboo structures, and he has started from the material properties and also the mechanical property of engineered bamboo composite, and he also report and the research development in his groups on the investigation of the structural performance of the structural members, and as well as the design method, and he had suggest and for the safety assessment of bamboo structures. And I think more important that he has outlined the manufacturing process for the bamboo and composite materials. And so I think the topics are quite interesting and will be provide the reference to all the industries and also academic. And so thanks, Prof. Huang, again. And I think the final speakers in this session is Mr. Chen Sui Wei, I think from the he's CEO of Bamboo Air Technology, and Mr. Chen is also the president of Bamboo Material Branch of China Wood Protection Industry Association, and he has worked in the building material industry for more than 10 years and contributed to the low carbon and green upgrading of the industry. And please welcome Professor Mr. Chen and to give us his presentation.
Distinguished guests, distinguished guests from online and offline platform, and today I'm very honored to be here, and I would like to thank our organizer, and thank you for inviting me and give up the opportunity to talk about the bamboo construction materials of future with guests from home and abroad. So on behalf of Hongya Bamboo Air Technology, I would like to extend my gratitude to the people who work from all walks of life, who support us. And I would like to introduce our company, founded in 2010 in Sichuan province, enjoy over 50 patents in Sichuan province. And we dedicated ourselves in bamboo. And 2010, and we make use of the technology of China Academy of the Forest and make use of the ample resources in Sichuan province. We produce the bamboo steel, and we also register this with as a patent. And bamboo steel is also the innovation center in National Forest Grassland Administration, and we have won a lot of awards for technology advancement. And we are the pioneer and leader in this industry. And we provide the bamboo steel for a lot of key materials with a low carbon emission, and our products with high strength, high tenacity, and high weather resistance. And we are even mark ourselves as a carbon negative. And under the goal of the central government dual carbon objectives, I believe the potential for bamboo construction material will be bright. And I would like to talk about the trends in this industry, the advantage trend, disadvantage trend, to discuss our idea. And developing bamboo industry is the hope of our nation, and to serve our country well. And in 2018, President Xi visited Sichuan and talked about we need to make use of a local environment and also to make bamboo forest a beautiful scenery for Sichuan countryside, and also stated the guidance for the villages and the country in Sichuan province. And it's also very relevant for our company. And the 4 shareholders take over the company in 2019 and also inject the advanced technology into the company. And in the past several years, bamboo steel technology connects the bamboo culture, economy, and the environment. And at the same time, so we make use of our management, capital, and to come up with the model enterprise plus association plus a farmer, and to come up with a high efficient bamboo base, and to transform the local environment to mass production, and to boost the income for the farmers. And the people always are losing water, and the large mountains are invaluable assets. And this is the slogan mentioned by President Xi. And we are dedicated to be the practitioner in this system, and at the same time to explore a better future for bamboo steel. And it's also in line with the dual carbon objectives, in line with the carbon, with the industry trends. And the presidency mentioned that to develop low carbon and a green industry is very essential for our nation's future. And we also promote green ways to travel, green ways for commuting, and we have years of experience in cement and in China, and during the industrial upgrade and transformation era, and we also face a lot of challenges and issues. So this is why we turn our focus on bamboo, and we are in the very important transformation time. And we are also very confident to the future of bamboo industry. And we have 8 production lines, 1 research institute, and 1 exhibition center. we continue to invest on this industry, including sheet production line, molded outdoor floor production line, furniture production line, etc. And our research center has already been set up. At the same time, we integrate the material for both construction and decoration at the same time. And this is a preferred green material in the trend of substituting bamboo for wood. And it's in line with people's ideal, because the green development is the ultimate trend for people. It also our core competitiveness. But still, there are some disadvantages that need to be optimized. So as the industry leader, we hard work, and at the same time we endeavor to make our efforts. And we would like to hear more suggestions from the experts. And then the issue with us is we still lack of automated equipment, because there's no complete and advanced machines for bamboo production. So we continuously to create Chinese standard and a world standard, and we build a hot press machine for bamboo loads, bamboo boards, and we invented a continuous separating and unwinding machine. And with the new production line, it requires a lot of maintenance and repair of the machine. And so the lead time is longer, at the same time our cost is higher. And the second issue is we lack of professional talents. We only can recruit employee from the wood, from garden, and from the urban design industry, urban design major. And we really crave for talents, but as we located in small city, not in the metropolitans, so a lot of professionals they will leave. The turnover is high. So this is why the workers, they have that very experience, but still we need to come up with some solid practice. And another issue is the lack of national standards. And now there are some standards. Still, we want to participate in more regulation formulation, and at the same time, we never sell the unqualified products. And some companies, they use our name to sell the bamboo steel, but their products are in very poor quality that cause harm to the markets, and also steer the regulation in the markets. Is also the general public will have this misunderstanding on bamboo steel, and we need your help and care. And we would like to converge the efforts from all stakeholders. And I have several suggestions to make. And the first is to build a smart bamboo steel production line together. And I would like to invite our experts to come to our company to give us the suggestion to help to improve our technology. And second is we would like to get the talents from industry, from the research institute, and from the other industries to get together and to innovate, at the same time revitalize the industry. And it has something to do with the future of the industry. At the same time, we would like to improve the we would like to improve the industry's future. So let's get together to promote the bamboo is steel together, and to improve the word of mouth and improve the recognition of bamboo is steel. So we would like to work hard, and we never give up, and we'll carry our mission and also meet the demand from our clients, meet the demands from our people, and at the same time to reach the dual carbon objective. And so this is my presentation. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chen, I think the bamboo air technology has proposed a new
非常感
material they call the bamboo steel, and Mr. Chen has explained the potentials and also the advantages of the bamboo steel, and looking forward and to collaborate with the industry and to develop the design theories and also manufacturing measures as well, and the standardizations. And we are looking forward to collaborate with the industry. And I think, and thanks, and Mr. Chen, and for your presentation. I think, and all the 6 speakers and has gave their presentations in this session, and thanks all the 6 speakers. And now I move the microphone to the moderators.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Wait. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks a lot for your attendance for the opening and session 1, session 2. And here I will have an advertisement for the session 3. It will be a special session co-organized by INBAR and UNFCCC during COP27. So the session's name is The Potential of Bamboo as a Material for Sustainable Construction and Circular Economic Development. So see you on 14th next Monday. Thank you. Bye-bye.